Tag your baggage or get left behind. Jetways hum, paper trails burn. New routes calling, and old deals adjourn. If they're old, they're getting cut. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Stamp that page and shred it up. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Gate is closed, you missed the run. Bye-bye, bye-bye. World of airports, new face spun. Bye-bye, bye-bye, yeah. Boarding group A, fresh ink, clean slate. Legacy weight, can't clear this gate. Golden lounges, dust in the light. Your name's fading out of the flight. If they're old, they're getting cut. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Stamp that page and shred it up. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Gate is closed, you missed the run. Bye-bye, bye-bye. World of airports, new face spun. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Last call, last chance. Sign fast or vanish. New sky, new stance. Old ties, we banish.
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Jeremy with Phat Airlines, and today we are finally doing it. We are doing our contract purge. We are removing lots and lots of contracts because I am ready to do some giveaways. I want to do more email giveaways. I want to do more Discord giveaways. I want to do more giveaways, and I can't do that if I don't have contract capacity. Now, I'm over here in Innsbruck right now, but we are going to go into every single airport today. We're going to look through every single contract that hasn't been handled in 180 days or more. Why 180 days? I don't know. I just picked a random number, but 180 days is 6 months, and 6 months seems to be like, I mean, if you're not playing World of Airports or that airport in 6 months, you're probably not playing that airport again, right? So I feel like it's a really safe way to kind of just clear out some contracts, because after 6 months, if you haven't played, you're not coming back. Or if you do, sorry, you gotta start all over. I know some of you guys, let me know in the chat, how often, or what is your guys' deadlines in order to cancel a contract? Is it like 1 week? Is it 90 days? Is it 30 days? Is it a year? 365 days? Let me know, guys. But so like Darius Pilot is 120 days. Small Plane Aviation is 31 days. But yeah, we're here live today on Twitch and on YouTube. The chats are still not combined, so if you guys see me talking to somebody that's not here, it's because they're on the other platform. But we also have Educate, who says about 100 to 150 days. Voitano cancels if it's just missing. Ginger Jesus does 30 days. Small Plane Aviation says 14 days on E plus planes. Magic Sky says 30 days without notifications. Zyrox is 100 days. Darius Pilot really doesn't care because they only handle 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah, so it's always good to find somebody who also, you know, plays the same style as you. One of the things you want to do is, like, on the Phat Airlines Discord, for example, we have a player news channel. So like Magic Sky said, 30 days without notification. You know, you want to let your partners know that you're stepping away if you can, or make a post make a post on the Phat Airlines Discord player news channel, so that way people can be aware. But let's see, who else? TJ Bay, yo, TJ Bay, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate that. 12 months, appreciate that. And by the way, also to Raptor with 10 months, appreciate that, bro. Hammy, thanks for being first on Twitch. But TJ Bay said 200 days for your planes, 100 days for my planes. Oh, yeah, you know, when it's my fleet planes, I kind of want those back because they get me the most money, right? And also, like, you could always repurpose it quicker. When it's somebody else's plane, it's like, all right, wait, you're kind of just doing them a favor, right? Air Prom is also 180 days. Cool. Aviation Ace said they requested 2 or 3 connections to the Thephatrican at Prague. Interesting. I don't really play Prague a lot. Yo, Cheshire Orange, what's up, man? Thank you for 19 months, bro. Nick said they do 100 days. So yeah, we are going through our contracts today. We're going to cancel any contract that is 180 days or older. And we're here at Innsbruck, starting at Innsbruck, man. Innsbruck's getting a remodel. Did you guys know that? I think a lot of you guys knew that, right? But Innsbruck is getting a remodel in our next World of Airports update. So what does that mean for you guys? That means we're not getting a new airport in the next World of Airports update, most likely. But what we are getting is a remodel, which is going to be pretty cool. It's going to be more detailed. And it's, I think the most exciting part about it is that it's because Innsbruck is like the airport that everybody gets. It kind of also like sets the standard, you know, going forward. Did I give a shout out to Hammy for being first? Hammy, thanks for being first. You guys like the new song? Thanks to Sloppy for making that song. Today is the purge stream. We're gonna be purging a bunch of contracts. Actually, I probably should have created a counter or something. I want to count how many contracts we're like removing. Let me see if I could do something real quick that can help me count and keep track of like how many contracts did we remove. What's up, Voitando? What's up? Educate. GoNav is here. Aero Captain's here. Raptor's here. Cheshire Orange. Seabird Club. Plane X. Nice to see you guys. Aryan's here. Steven's here. Airplane Fan is here. Shout out to my lurkers too. Lurkers, appreciate you guys. You don't have to chat. What I'm thinking about doing is adding like a lurker redemption, or a lurker, not command, but like a redemption on Twitch. So that way if you're lurking, you could let me know you're here, but it's like also like nobody else knows you're here, you know? What's up, World Trade? Fruit Shoot is here. Zio's here. Aviation Ace is here too. Nice. What's up, guys? Scroll down to the bottom of chat. Nick said, do you want an A319 Neo to in? Bro, I don't play Innsbruck, man. I think if you guys were to cancel my contract going to you, that's 180 days or more, most of my contracts to Innsbruck would be canceled. It doesn't tell me here. Like every single one of my planes are ready to land. And I think most of them are not on like random contracts, right? So that is part of the problem. So we're gonna scroll through here. I got a lot of non-player contracts here, mainly because it's Innsbruck, and I still got some levels to go. I got one level to go. Not too bad. I don't really play Innsbruck too much because I play. We have to play it every single time we start a new account, so it's like I'd rather play it when I have a new account versus like trying to just like play it right now. So the good news so far is it looks like I don't have any player planes. Actually, I probably could just hit the player icon up here. Uh-oh. Here's our first casualty. So I want to keep a counter or something. I don't know how I can keep a counter. I'm gonna bring up a button or something. Actually, I could probably do it on my phone, right? There's got to be a counter button, a switch or something. I'm just gonna open Google. Count up. I don't want to count up timer. What do I want to get? Is ready for handling. Aviation Ace said canceling those contracts will take a while. They sure will. I mean, if you guys saw the short video, if you guys were here early on YouTube, you saw the short video. But we have a short video, and at my LHR, we have almost 2,000 contracts. I'm not sure if we hit 2,000 contracts yet, but I know we're pretty close to 2,000 contracts. So that's a lot of scrolling we're gonna have to do. I mean, also what I could do is I could just look at, like, we're at 165 right now. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna have a counter as well open, but I think I'm gonna just keep track of like how many contracts did I start with at Innsbruck. So at Innsbruck we're starting with 165, and let's see what we finish with. All right. So first casualty here. Sorry, dietary barbarian. Really, what I also should be doing, I should probably go to Discord, and we should look at the player news channel, right? So if you go to Phat Airlines Discord, we have player news. Where's player news? Why am I so lost? I'm looking for like the highlight, and I'm like lost. I don't know why. Here it is. Sorry, reading's hard, okay? So on the player news channel, we have this, so that way you guys could post what's going on with your game. And I'm going to start from the bottom. Typically, I think I'll tell you to do if you want your post to be shared. Like if you have new news to share, not just like a small update on your current news. Hit date, like create a new post on this channel, because that's the way, on this player news board, because that's the way I'm going through it on stream. But anyways, look, Vesea got a 500k silver planes. Nice, congratulations to them. Hyperactive hit 1.6 million silver planes. That's awesome. Congrats. 1.6, that's pretty solid. Muscat Premium Pass unlocked by Air Sripram, and Nagoya and Nagoya and San Diego will be shut down in 2 months from Air Sripram. So their plan is to unlock the 737 family planes and then the A35K. Nice. Congratulations, Air Sripram. I know they're here today. We got Biogean said, "Hi, name change and closing airports." Ooh, name changes. Name changes are a great way to also use the player news channel. So sometime in the next few days, they're going to be changing their in-game name to Transcontinental American Airways or something similar. I'm going to open IAD as a temporary hub till airports like SCL or SLC, DFW, or LAX. Then I'll move there. I'll also make Zurich a hub when that comes out. So Zurich is going to be the next airport that's coming out in World of Airports, but it's not coming out in the next like 3.5 update. All right. So it might not come out in. It's probably not coming out in March, but we don't know. We don't have any release date for it yet. So they're going to be closing down airports like Prague, San Diego, Muscat, and SCL. I will finish all the contracts I have going to those airports. I would like to close these airports by the end of next week, if possible. All right. By the way, I missed somebody subscribing. Who was that? That was, oh no, Cheshire Orange. Nice, thank you, Cheshire Orange. I'm not sure if I shouted you out. I saw it, but thank you so much for resubscribing for 19 months. And I can see you guys stream streaks. This is nice. What we got? We got Sloppy with a 20 stream streak. We got Ginger Jesus with a 20 stream streak. We got Voitando with a 3 stream streak. All right, I'm just gonna say streak. Educate with a 3 streak. Who else? TJ Bay, what's up, bro? 10 streak, like that. All right, back to player news. We got Pueller suspending operations on March 10th, so that's in the past. So if you're wondering where they went, they had a test they had to study for. All right, GoNav is back, and they have bad news, and this is so sad. I'm so sorry, GoNav. They're back playing some WoA, but their dog died. So I'm so sorry for you, man. It breaks my heart because like I have a dog too. It's like, man, I'm not it happens, right? But not looking forward to it. Don't wish that on anybody, right? Vase said they're going to reducing playtime. They're limiting themselves for a month or two. And they're going to be playing IAD the most. Muscat will be active just until Zurich comes. As for Prague, they're canceling every contract before 7 that are before 7 handlings. So once they max it, because they're almost max level. Basic bad. I'm going to keep it going as best as I can. Nice. Hyperactive is now at 1.6 million or 1.7 million. I mean, we read a post earlier. They were at 1.6. We have Pueller, who's still with reduced handling at airports. Foxtrot Airlines joined an alliance, which is called Infinite Skies. Congratulations. I know we're going to be starting an alliance too, but we're waiting to really start an alliance when we get more information about alliance and how that's going to work in the game. Because the last thing I want to do is have an alliance. I should really go into the game. Last thing I want to do is have an alliance, and let's say there's only 20 people are allowed in alliance, but like our alliance has like 100 people in it. Like then we have to cut 80 people. That's not something I want to do. I want to build it right the first time. So I'm just waiting for what World of Airports is going to look like when it comes to alliances. But Phat Airlines, we are going to have an alliance. BKK unlocked on Vase a bad account. Nice. Congratulations, Vase. And Jupiter Airworld's returning back to WoA with some changes. So they're going to return, but they've been seeing... seeing I have been dead in terms of activity, I will be doing some changes. Effective immediately, any ongoing contracts at Prague and Bari and potentially BKK are hereby terminated. Other contracts will be cancelled depending upon if I can get to them. I'm hoping to get a stable time when I can play WoA consistently. However, at the time it's a goal, and I'll see it as the first step to getting back to being alive. In other news, you got your first 748 in Nagoya and some reorganization of St. Martin by replacing E170s to F70s. Nice. Updates will be posted here, and all operations in Bari and Prague are permanently suspended. Hey, yeah, sometimes you do have to close down airports so that way you can have a better time when playing World of Airports. It's tough, especially with how many airports are now in the game. It's tough to play every single airport and play it every single day. Your best bet is to find a balance that works for you. And then when you're doing contracts, find other players that match that balance, right? So like for me, for example, I just ask that you play once every 180 days, right? So like if you, let's say for example, with Jupiter's example here, where they're canceling Bari and Prague, and let's say for example, if he thinks he's going to play Bari and Prague every 180 days, they don't have to cancel my contracts, right? But it's all up to them, right? It's sometimes it's a lot of effort and stuff, and just having that thought can be a little anxiety, drive some anxiety. But yeah, find a connection partner, a contract partner who matches the cadence, the amount of speed that you want to play. So what we're gonna do here is we have our contracts, and this contract has been 305 days, which is much longer than 180 days. So we're going to go ahead and cancel the contract. So in order to cancel a contract, you hit the info button, and then you go over to a contract and you hit cancel contract. It's going to give you a confirmation, then you hit yes. And you're going to see a lot of that today. But we're doing this mainly so I can have, look at this. I still got my Flyboys Christmas planes with gold planes. That's awesome. I got 2 gold planes waiting to land. But yeah, you're gonna see a lot of contract cancellations today. Usually what I like to do, and I think I forgot who said this in player news, but somebody in player news was saying that, oh yeah, I think this was Vase. I forget who it was, but somebody in the player news was saying, or maybe this was TJ. I'm gonna go double check, I guess. Let's go double check. Who was the one canceling contracts at Prague, right? It was. Yeah, it was Vase. So Vasea said at Prague they'll be canceling every contract before 7 handlings. So like for this contract here, it's at 3 out of 10 handlings. So what they would be doing is canceling this. If you're at 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, well actually you can't be at 10. But if you're at 7, 8 or 9, then they would cancel this. But here's another contract we're gonna go ahead and cancel. Just feels bad. I really don't like canceling contracts, but like the main reason I'm doing this is because I want to open up contract capacity, so that way I could send more planes to more people. And for me, it's like that's what excites me when I play World of Airports. You know, I want to be able to help other players. You know, whether what with whatever their goal is in World of Airports. Like some people's goal is to level up their airport, right? They want to reach the next airport in the game. So I like to help them make sure that they're getting their XP. Some people really need silver planes, right? So I know I'm helping them get silver planes. Some people just want like playing the game. So by sending them planes, I can help them play the game. So that is Innsbruck for you. And at Innsbruck, we started at 165, and now we're down to 160. That's 5 contracts, guys. Not bad. Not actually, it's because most of my contracts here. Oh wait, I missed one. Can't be missing one. Can't be missing one. Let's go back to players only. Yo, Yoda, thank you so much. What is that? 4 months, bro. Thank you so much, man. And look at these patient people. Laurel 123Q, another player that like plays often, and I'm pretty sure they don't care how often I play or you play. But look at this. I like the planes that they sent me. It's so cool when I got like 5 of their planes in my airport at once. Oh, look at this. Meek Raven of Bronze Realm. I'm sorry, bro. I have look at that. 0 out of 10. That feels bad, man. I'm so sorry. And then I didn't even notice for Loro, we're at 9 out of 10 for like 3 of those planes. That's crazy. And then a lot of these planes are just random contracts, random arrivals. So yeah. At Innsbruck, I'm pretty much completely inactive. Not a great airport for you to send me planes at all, as you could probably tell. All right, let me take a look at chat here. We're going to let planes continue to land and handle. I eventually do have to max level Innsbruck. You know, I need 310 XP. So I should probably do that one of these days. But what if I have 159 contracts, and actually let's get a few more slots here. You know, I got 3.4 million silver planes, so might as well use them to, you know, get more contract capacity. Excuse me for a second. I'm gonna finish eating my breakfast. Aviation Ace 16 said my username is the same as my YouTube channel name, by the way. Nice. So we're down to actually 159 and not 160. What's up, Paul Hahn? Do I play BKK? I'm not sure if you're talking to somebody in chat or talking to me. But yeah, BKK is one of the airports that I play. I play daily. Sometimes I'm not able to play daily, but like it's one of those airports that if I'm playing World of Airports, I'm probably also playing BKK that day. All right, sorry about that. Oop, sorry about that. I just don't like warm yogurt, you know, so I wanted to finish that. Raptor, you're on a 13 streak. Let me take a look here. Did I miss that too, bro? I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, Raptor, I don't think I saw your streak pop up on my screen. I see Sammy's streak. Sammy's on a 15 stream streak. Mike, what's up, Mike? On a 10 stream streak, nice. Yoda, Yoda called out the 391 one I missed. Nice. I wasn't looking at chat. I saw I saw the subscription now. Let's see here. Mike finished errands, nice. Right. We got a lot of event planes. I pretty much only come into Innsbruck to accept the event planes because I don't follow the Woapedia, right? So I'm only at 918 out of 1882. One of these days, maybe like even next week, we could do like a Woapedia stream and try to get that number higher. But that's a lot. That's like 900 more I have to do in order to kind of get there. And then, I mean, if you look at, let's see if we can access the leaderboards today. Yo, Johnny, what's up, Johnny? Johnny Oder Dutch with 6 months. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for all the support. That really helps out a lot because, like, I was talking to my my nephew because he wants to start his own like YouTube channel, and like, you know, I kind of told him like there's a lot of things that I spend money for when it comes to Phat Airlines, and like some of it is like things that you guys don't even realize, right? Because like I'm talking to him about like things that I spend on, and he's like, does that cost money? I'm like, yeah, yep, it does. Does that cost money? I'm like, no, there's a free version, but I use the paid version because it's better, you know. So I appreciate all the support, guys. That means a lot to me. So let's take a look at the leaderboards here on iOS. Android has their own separate leaderboards, and I do gotta say though, with this whole bug, where you can't switch accounts, for some reason my Phat Empire account took on the results of my main account, the Thephatrican. So hopefully that gets fixed when I can switch back into Phat Empire and my numbers get corrected. I would hate for me to be like number 26 on Phat Empire where I don't even have all the airports unlocked. I've only been playing that account for like a year, right? So that's kind of whack, but definitely I'm not cheating there. I just wanted to, you know, call that out. But you can see where I was when that bug first started happening. You can see how far I progressed. So that bug started happening like 3 weeks ago, right? So you could see in 3 weeks, I got like, what, almost 10 million handled passengers. So I guess that's a cool thing too. We could see how far we're progressing. But look at this, Dragon Cathay with 618 million passengers handled. Actually, one thing I like to do is filter to this week, because then you can see the players who are playing this week. And yeah, you'll see Phat Empire is gone because I haven't been able to play Phat Empire for 3 weeks. But we got Flying Puck, we got Telephone Booth, we got Freeze Man. I think Flying Puck, I don't know, I think they watch the streams, but I don't know if they come and chat. I definitely know they're on Facebook. I should have streamed on Facebook today too, darn. Oh well. Vaman, nice. Who else? David Elio. Krakenwart, nice. Riceless sends me planes. Max Chang, we know he's on the World of Airports Discord. Sammy, yo, Sammy, I didn't know you're all the way up here on the list. That's pretty awesome, bro. Sorry for all you guys on Android. I have no way to really check the Android leaderboard at this time. Maybe there might be maybe I have to figure out a way. I'm pretty behind in chat too, by the way. I'm actually like 4 minutes behind, but like I haven't read all your all the messages out loud. Howdy kids, the kids are doing great. Yesterday we spent time with my brother, so my kids spent time with their cousins, and they were having a blast. We got home kind of late last night, like almost 10 p or like 9:30, 9:45 p.m. The kids went to sleep immediately, which was really nice, but I you know, I still wanted to get some work done. I wanted to upload the thumbnail. I wanted to kind of make sure I was prepared for today's stream, and I ended up going to bed at like 2 a.m. Really late. But all right, that's the top 100 for this week on handled passengers. Here's handled airplanes for top 100 for this week. I filtered to this week. This week filter just means any player that's played this week. If they haven't played this week, I'm not competing against them, you know? I'm competing against active players. That's the way I look at it. You could do today as well, but today will only show you players who played today. I think this week is a better comparison. Because like, look, I mean, I went from number 8 to number 7 by going to today. But handled airplanes, you got Dragon Cathay with 1 million. You got Telephone Booth with 900K. Flying Park with 863K. Then we got Freezeman, a man we know, and David Elio, who's here too. And then myself, I'm at number 8 at 426. Now let's see where I was at 3 weeks ago, because Phat Empire will be here. Look at that. So in 3 weeks, I handled what, 15,000 planes. That's kind of crazy. 15,000 planes in 21 days is like almost like 500 to 600 planes per day, right? That's a lot. Now, I'm never gonna get to Dragon Cathay's status, but or it's gonna take me a very long time. I need to like play more to get there, but hey, that puts it in perspective, right? What we got here? Oh, maybe a collab stream to show Android leaderboard. I like that. That's actually one of the. I'll talk about the collab stream later. That's one of the ideas I was thinking about too. Let me. We're at cargo leaderboard here, and you'll see here for cargo leaderboard. It looks like I don't handle too much cargo planes. I try, but like I really need to play more Leipzig and Hong Kong in order to get this number higher. But I'm playing all the other airports too. But all right, let's switch over to this week, and let's see who number one. Number one is Telephone Booth, who's 57 billion, or is that million? I think it's million. Yeah, million. Freezeman at 45, almost 46 million, and then number 3 is Unholy Cumulus with almost 32 million, and then you can see here where everybody else is at. I'm down at like 50, 58 or something, right? I got a long way to go for this one, but I think when the cargo update comes out, I'll probably start focusing a lot more on playing more cargo planes. Oh, I'm 50. That's not bad for the week. So here's the top 100 for you, and that way you know where you have to go to get there. And then we got completed contracts. Completed contracts, I'm pretty good at. I don't actually, yeah, I'm number 38. I handle more airplanes than I complete contracts because I do a lot of player contracts. Because I do a lot of player contracts, it takes a while for those contracts to count as completed. Where is Phat Empire? So Phat Empire is at like almost 38,000. That's, me. That's me 3 weeks ago. And then I'm at almost 40,000. So that's 2,000 over 3 weeks. That's not too bad. That's 2,000 contracts in 3 weeks. But yeah, yo, Scan Airlines, thank you so much for joining World Basic. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, here we go. Completed contracts. We're just gonna quickly go through. Telephone Booth with almost 170K, Dragon Cathay with 133K, and Flying Park with 91K. And then we're just gonna scroll down. I'm like what, number 28? No. 38? 34. All right. 34. So yeah, if you handle a lot of like non-player contracts, that's going to help this number on completed contracts go up. I don't do a lot of non-player contracts, so I'm not anywhere near the top because of that. So then we got the collected liveries, which is the Wowipedia. And it looks like the highest you can get is 1875, but that might not be the highest everybody can get, right? Because some players, some of these planes, a lot of these planes that you're missing are event planes, right? So that means this player happened to catch a plane that nobody else did somehow. Maybe they're beta testing. I don't know. But yes, they got a plane that nobody else did. And you'll see here the top 100 is pretty much, they're all like missing one or two or three planes compared to the number one person. So not bad. And then you got me. It skips. That's pretty cool that iOS does that. It skips all the way down to me. Right down here at 918. All right, that's the leaderboards. Let's get back to the purge here. What's up, France Japan? Nice to see you. We're having a great day today. We've only purged one airport though, so we gotta get moving here. How to join beta testing? I don't think the developers are accepting any like new beta testers at this time. Yeah, I don't think they're accepting beta testers, but like, I don't know if I don't know of any kind of sign up form or anything like that. You know, what I know as far as like beta testing, when it came to me, they kind of asked me if I wanted to, you know, test, and I said yes, sure. And then they also asked me if if I could stream it. So I was like, yeah, definitely. So that's how it worked out for me. But I don't like that's not gonna work for everybody, right? Because like there's other people who play World of Airports, and I'm not sure if they test or you know do betas. But also I don't get all the beta versions either, right? So they pick and choose what we get. Aviation Ace spent 120 bucks on model planes. Nice. Guys, I'm at the bottom of chat, so if you had a question and I missed it, you can feel free to post it again. All right. Sorry about that, but like we got a lot going on today, so I just want to kind of keep things going. All right, so at Bari, we have fewer contracts at Bari than we do at Innsbruck. We have 127 contracts. Bari is another airport that I do not play. All right. I barely play Bari. It's an airport that I only go in really when there's event planes, and just to make sure that I'm not missing event planes for the Wopedia whenever I decide to do that. I'm not even max level here. Like, it looks like I'm max level. This bar is almost full, but I'm not even max level here. I got so many levels to go. So there is going to be a point in time where I'm going to decide to play some more Bari, but like I don't know when that's going to happen. But it's definitely not right now. So first thing we're going to look at is my fleet. Of course, I got to heart my Concorde, right? I don't know why it wasn't hearted. But over here, we got one contract that is at 118 days. Now, our cutoff right now is 180 days, 180. So I am not canceling that contract, even though it is a pretty long time. I know some of you guys were saying that your cutoff is 90 days. So that contract for you guys would have been canceled. But yeah, you see a lot of my planes are back. Here's another one, 118 days. Looks like my planes are good to go. And again, the reason why we're canceling these contracts is not because like I want to be strict about handling. It's more so I have more capacity. So that way I could buy more contracts and send more planes to other people. You know, I don't want to be holding up contract capacity for people who are no longer playing World of Airports, or for people who no longer playing that airport in particular, right? So just because, you know, Gato Val had a plane, we had a plane going to Gato Val. I'm not sure where they're at, by the way, but just because that one plane is going to their airport and we've been waiting for 118 days, it doesn't mean that they are not playing World of Airport. It just means that they're not playing that airport. But here's one. Earthly Nuisance 33. Sorry, bro. 863 days. Is that okay? We also got to keep track of like our record. That's a big one. 863 days. That might be a record. 863 days. Sorry, man. We're gonna cancel that. That person definitely quit playing Innsbruck. You know, for life. That contract's getting canceled. And if you come back to playing World of Airports and like your contract is canceled, you could always send me another request here. That's all, like, especially to one of my airports that I play more frequently. But yeah, it doesn't look like Bari is too bad, but that's probably because a lot of the players who sent me contracts probably already canceled them too, because it's an airport I don't play frequently. Oh snap, you see this one? Hold on, first we got this 592 days, bye bye. And then we have this one, 982 days from Potato Airlines 20. Potato, I remember you. I think they did say they were quitting World of Airports. It was nice to have you. I'm sorry. 982 days. We got 626 days. We got 777 days. That's lucky. That's a lucky number, right? We got 975 days. Oh my gosh. Sorry, bro. And yo, I don't know, guys. Should I cancel this contract? I don't think I should, man. This is a gold airplane. You can't even buy this livery anymore. I think there was a point in time in like World of Airports 1.0 or something where you could buy this plane, this livery for your 738s, and you could no longer buy this plane. Should I cancel this? I don't know, but I haven't seen or heard from Shill in a long time. I hope they're doing okay. Nah, yeah, keep it. Yeah, this is gonna be our exception. Was it 777 days? At least the 777. Nah, bro. It was a seaplane. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll keep this plane just because it's a gold plane. It's a. What if they are dead? Then we're just keeping that timer going up. But that's a very unique plane, and we'll keep it there. I hope they're doing all right, wherever they are at. All right, so that's Bari for you. Oh, where are we? How many contracts are we at Bari now? I forgot to log it down. You're pretty sure 982 days is since the release of 2.0. Interesting. That makes sense. That's probably like as far back as they could go. So we're at 121 contracts now, which is another 6 contracts removed. Okay, not too bad. That's 12 contracts purged today. And we're gonna start to get to the big airports, because like Prague is an airport that I'll still play every once in a while. Right, so like Innsbruck and Bari are 2 airports I just didn't really I don't play like at all. Why am I back at Bari? What am I doing? Yeah, Bari and Innsbruck are like 2 airports that I just don't play like often. Actually, sorry, I don't play like at all. Sometimes I'll play it because there's event planes coming, or sometimes I'll play it because my contract capacity is kind of filling up. But in this case, you know, those 2 airports I really pretty much don't play. So don't send me contracts to those airports, because you're not going to get your planes back. You're going to be canceling my contract. I'm going to be on your purge stream if you have a contract to my Innsbruck or Bari, you know? But just because I don't play Innsbruck and Bari doesn't mean I don't play these other airports. So Prague is an airport that I'll play also occasionally, but there are times where I'll just kind of come in here and play. So what I like to do at Prague when I'm playing is I like to run the tower managers ahead of time, so that way I have a lot of my stands full. So like I usually like to have all of my stands full here at Prague. We're gonna turn the tower managers on for 10 minutes. I should have done faster speed. I don't know why I did that. Probably because I'm on stream. And we're gonna take a look here. I'm just gonna cancel. We're at max level at Prague too, and we're just gonna make sure we're letting all these planes cancel their contracts, the ones that are done. That way we're not inflating our purge numbers, because we're not really purging the random arrivals. We're not purging the event contracts. We're purging the contracts that are inactive, and those are the ones we want to count. So all right, there we go. Let's go to the camera view. World of Airports is a great game. Yeah, I really enjoy it. You know, I mean, we all got not we all, but like some of us have our like criticisms of the game and like what we want to see. And you know, sometimes the community doesn't necessarily always agree on what we as a community want to get in the game, but ultimately I do have a great time playing the game. I like how like it's taught me a lot about just like aviation in general, so it's been pretty cool. Yeah, I play it all the time too. So we will accept contracts here at Prague, but just be warned that this is like an airport I maybe play once a week. All right. So we'll go ahead and accept these contracts. If you like Aviation Ace, I think a B-38M, that can go to IAD, for example, right? I'm gonna pause accepting it because I think you're here. Yeah, you're the one saying please accept. Like, if you want, you could send it to my IAD, because IAD is one of the airports that I play daily, and you're gonna get a much more efficient handling from it. But if you don't care about how efficient handling is, If you're okay with just once a week, then you can leave them there. But like, there's planes that you can send from IAD there's planes that you could send from your LHR to my IAD, for example, and we could get that going. But yeah, if you change your mind, just feel free to cancel the contract. IAD is one of those airports that I play every single day, so it would be great for both of us. Because otherwise, I'm only in this airport maybe once a week, maybe less frequently. And then depending upon, like, we have 234 planes to land, right? So depending upon, even if I'm in here once a week, that doesn't mean I'm handling at all 234 planes or all 338 contracts once a week. That's not happening. But all right, it is time to get started. Let's turn on the ramp agent here, and let's take a look at my contracts first. So I always heart my Concords. I like to make sure those planes land, but we got most of my planes look like are right here ready for landing, except for this one. Look at this one. Oh, and we're at 338. Okay, good. What's up, TK? Welcome back, bro. Are you back for a while or just for a short time? But right now, my main airports in World of Airports are. My main airports are HKG. And I'm putting them in order. Like, which ones do I play the most? HKG, LHR, BKK, and IAD. Those three airports, in that order, I play daily. I also play Muscat, Leipzig. I play those. Those are like the next priority on my list. After that, I will play like Nagoya, SCL, GRU, those airports as well. I was gonna put I have the purge sound effect on my computer, but I wasn't sure if that was going to like throw people off. Not everybody knows the movie, and I know some of you guys are too young to watch that movie, so I decided to not do it. But that was part of my prep yesterday. But look at all these contracts. So like these CRJXs, I'm gonna have on a giveaway, probably on the Discord, when I decide to play Prague a little bit more frequently. But we got quite a few of these planes that are going to be ready for a new contract owner. So this one, 136 days, so not quite 180 days. So that one is going to stay active. But this one over here, 339, that is out. Let's restart my music. 272 days, that's out. 122, that is in the clear. $326, so a lot of CRJXs, guys. So if you join the Phat Airlines Discord, we're probably gonna have them on a giveaway. Because there's just way too many. Now the problem with having all this many contracts that are canceled, especially at Prague, is that Prague doesn't have a lot of stands. So we're going to we're going to need to get contracts accepted pretty quickly, hopefully. Right, here's another one. EMC. I remember they were super active. So hidden agriculture. Drummer CT. Sorry, man. And like the hard part about the people who are at Innsbruck, for example, is like, man, I don't know if they quit the game or I don't know if they moved on to another airport. There's Aria May. Haven't seen Aria May in a while either. Esto Palito. Now these CRJXs, if I remember correctly, I gave away through one of my email contracts. So on phat we have email contracts. Oh, Beg's boy. I know he was. I hope he's doing, man. I hope he's doing all right, man. But I'm sorry, we gotta cancel that. That's a DH64. That's a $1 million plane. Gotta cancel. We'll send that to a new player. Hope they're doing all right. But yeah, a lot of these CRJXs that you're seeing that are being canceled were from an email contract. On phatirlines.com, you could sign up for our email newsletter, and on our email newsletter, every once in a while, we will send out a contract via email. So I'll tell you, hey, I have CRJX from Prague, and it can go to all of these airports. It can go to LHR, it can go to Innsbruck, it can go to Bari, it can go to Muscat. I don't know if it can go to Muscat. It can't go to Muscat. But I'll tell you all the airports it can go to, and all you got to do is reply back with your username and which airport you want it to, and I send you that contract. So we do that with a bunch of planes, you know, not just B planes, not just C planes, but I've done D planes and I've done E planes as well on the email list. So you definitely want to sign up today. You know, like at Prague, there's no way I can do an E plane because Prague doesn't have a lot of E stands. But also I only have 1.6 million wallers. But like you'll see at some of my other airports, I have like 20 million wallers. So those other airports, it's a lot. It's a lot easier for me to come up with wallers, and I can buy bigger planes. And that's like the main reason why we're canceling these contracts here at all these airports. So that way I can open up this capacity and do a lot more contracts with active players, because that's also very exciting to me when I'm able to do contracts with other people and help them with making progress on their account. So we're almost at the end here. Oh, look at that. I can claim rewards. I'm not going to claim reward because I don't know that. Well, let's see. That shouldn't change this from 302 to 301, right? Oh, it doesn't. All right, good. And look at all these. Look at all those CRJXs. All right, and we're still not done, but we're gonna handle some planes. I'm not gonna tell that one to claim reward on that one because I don't want to mess up my count. Yeah, look at CRJX. A19N CRJX. We're gonna turn the tower managers on for another 10 minutes here, so that way the planes can keep landing and doing their thing. PK said, "What's your minimum days count criteria to cancel a contract?" So one of the things that I do for kind of varies, but like my in general timeline is 180 days, right? But like if you have a Concorde of mine, I want to see it back like a little bit more frequently. I don't really have a set timeline, but like the A225 and the A124 from my Leipzig, those planes I keep a little bit more tabs on, and like I want to see them like maybe like once a month, but like hopefully more often. It's like I'm afraid to set a timeline because like with those planes, because I want those planes coming back as much as possible. But in general, my timeline is 180 days. And even then, you can see here, like I have plenty of planes that are above 180 days. I never enforced it until today, so that's why, you know, we're just going through today and we're canceling contracts that are old, even the ones that are at 7 out of 10 or higher, which I typically don't like doing, but I just want to open up this space so I can play with other active players in World of Airports. Not saying that these players are inactive, they're just inactive at this airport, you know, at the airport that they're setting. So like the lies, they may be completely inactive, right? They might not be playing World of Airports at all, but they're definitely not playing LHR, right? They haven't played in 300, almost a year. So that's the contract we're canceling. And this is also pretty cool though, because like it gets me thinking about like other players I haven't seen in a while, and like sometimes you know, this will happen, especially with my daily players, when like players who play daily, and then all of a sudden I don't see their planes daily for like 2 or 3 days. I start to think about you guys. I'm like, and I pray about you guys. Like hopefully like you guys are doing good. Hopefully everything's good. Hopefully it's just a vacation. But that's why I encourage everybody to make a post on the Phat Airlines Discord player news, because that also, I mean, it helps me stay in the loop, so that way I know what's going on. And you know, not that I'm canceling contracts frequently, but some other people are, right? And they want to know, because they not everybody can send planes. Not everybody has an unlimited amount of, you know, silver planes and contracts capacity and all those stuff. So yeah, like, it is a little sad, right? But all right, almost done here. All right, awesome. So we went from 338 down to 292. 338 to 292. That minus 292 is 46 contracts. Oh my goodness. 46 contracts gone. That's not too bad actually, but I feel like we're gonna cut a lot more in some of these other airports soon. Especially like the airports that I play daily. Those are the ones where not many people are canceling contracts with me, right? A lot of people, sometimes I'll come into this airport, like actually like these CRJXs and this A19N, right? These are probably contracts canceled by other players because they're no longer playing that airport, or they didn't, I was taking too long to handle it. So yeah. Well, let's go to, well, how much more time we got on the timer here? 6 minutes. Let us wait a little bit. I'm gonna read your guys' chats. Before you leave the airport, hit that radar to see how many of their CRJ are flying back. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh goodness, look at that. That's funny. I like that suggestion. Thank you, TJ. Look at all those CRJs from over here. That's funny. Got a few from Innsbruck, right? And of course you should have a few from Bari. Yep. That's funny. What's up, Flamingo? Flamingo said you can cancel my contracts. Well, if you're not at 180 days, I'm not canceling those contracts yet. We'll wait till you get to 180 days, or I'll wait till, like, another thing too is, like, if I'm really, really tight on contract capacity, then I might look at the player news channel, and I'll look to see who said in the news channel that they're no longer playing, or they're no longer playing a certain airport, and like they encourage people to cancel contracts with them, because that's like, if I'm really tight on contract capacity, then I'll go in and I'll cancel those contracts. Otherwise, I'm just gonna wait. I'm not like I'm not in dire need of contract capacity in many of these airports. Now at LHR, yeah, I'm in dire need. I only have like 50 slots, and LHR is one of my most active airports, so I want to make sure I can do contracts with other players. But I'll keep that in mind. Hopefully they fix these problems we're having, right? What's up, Commander? What was your old name, bro? You said, what do you think of my new name? What was your old name? I think it's fine, your new name. What is transferred in contracts? So if you played before World of Airports 2.0, and you go into contract menu down here, transferred are all the map contracts you had back in the 1.0 phase. So when you had, or map connections, I should say, because the way World of Airports did connections a lot differently than they do now back in the 1.0 phase. So this was World of Airports' way of making sure that we didn't lose these planes that we had to earn in a lot of ways, or buy. Some people had to buy them. I earned all of these, so I could transfer them in. When we do our Woapedia stream, I'm going to be transferring pretty much all of these contracts in, even though a lot of these are the same plane, so it's not going to help my Woapedia, because like AT-75 from Czech Airlines isn't going to unlock a new Woapedia entry, but like maybe this 359 Delta might. Probably not, because we probably handle those at IAD. But you know what I'm saying. We're gonna transfer them in. But that was World of Airports' way of making sure that all of us who earned planes from map contracts or map connections in the old version of World of Airports and version 1 of World of Airports, that we were able to still keep our plane contracts that we earned or purchased. It was a pretty cool solution. The same thing over here in our fleet transferred. These are plane, like when we transfer from 1.0 to 2.0, we also they pretty much reset our entire fleet, and we had to kind of bring them back into our airport. So I'm surprised I still have transferred fleet for my Prague, but I probably forgot about it, to be fair. All right, we're gonna switch airports next to IAD. We're just going down the list today, and IAD is gonna be a pretty interesting one because that's an airport I play every single day. So I'm not expecting to see a lot of. Well, I'm expecting to see a lot. How to put it? I'm expecting to see a lot more contracts that are gonna get canceled because other players have not canceled with me. So we're gonna set up the tower managers. We're probably gonna be here for like 20 minutes, maybe 30, but I'll set it up for 20 minutes. Now IAD is one of my daily airports. I play IAD every single day. The biggest, there was a period of time though in like January and February where I didn't play IAD every day because here in the East Coast, the Northeast in the US, we were going through like a deep freeze almost. And it was under 0 degrees Celsius every single day at IAD, like all day, every day. And I just did not want to have to deal with de-icing. So that's like my only exception. That's my exception from when I'm playing IAD every day, is when there's de-icing going on at the airport. I don't want to have to de-ice every single plane just for it to push back, because typically what I'll end up doing in these airports is I will turn on the tower managers, kind of step away from the game for a few minutes, or turn on the tower managers. This is exactly what I'm doing right now, right? Turning on the tower managers, start handling some planes, and then I'll do something else, right? In this case, what I'm doing today on stream is I started the tower managers, I am handling the planes, and then I'm going to go into my menus, right? But this way, the tower managers and the ramp agent, they all can do their work behind the scenes, and I don't have to worry about landing planes or telling planes to push back. The only thing I have to do is claim planes that are at completed contracts, which aren't usually a lot of them. It's only a few of them. But when you have de-icing, you have to pretty much tell every single plane to de-ice, which is a big hassle when I'm not paying attention to the game closely. So big hassle. I'm not about it. I'm not about it all day, every day. Every once in a while, sure, it's fine, but not a daily type of airport. Hammy, I missed your message about the A388 to your Muscat and redirect it. I will have to do it. I'll have to take a look later. Airplane fan, what are you doing with canceling your contracts at your airports? Let me know. I'm here in chat right now. TJ Bay still has transfer contracts at IAD in Nagoya. Nice. Any good tips for St. Martin airports? Let's wait. Yo, Flamingo, thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. That's so nice of you, and it's so appreciated. Thank you so much, Flamingo. 10 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're going to every single airport today, so we'll be in St. Martin in like 5 more airports or something like that. And that's probably the best time for me to give you St. Martin advice, because like I could give you advice right now, but like the biggest advice I have is, don't undervalue B planes, and you want to get the premium pass at St. Martin. The St. Martin premium pass is relatively cheap compared to a lot of airports premium pass, and the thing with St. Martin's premium pass is that you get every single premium pass, but where you feel a lot of impact is that you get extra handling crew and you get extra contract capacity. So St. Martin doesn't have a lot of stands, right? There's not a lot of stands for planes to be handled, but also when you buy stands, that gives you 1 additional handling crew and 1 additional contract capacity. So the the premium pass is almost a necessity if you want to level up St. Martin quickly, because that's how you're going to get more contracts, because the more contracts you have, that means more planes you can handle in one game, or to potentially handle in one gaming session. And then the more handling crew you have, that means that's the more planes you could handle at once, which is also important. It's also important because the more handling crew you have at once, or the more planes you can handle at once, it means the quicker you can be finished handling all the planes. So yeah, we could talk more about St. Martin once we're there. Flamingo, thank you for the farewell gift. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're gonna miss you. Like, we miss you know, your fun call signs, your Concords, and just your presence here in the community. I know a lot of people appreciated getting your Concords too. So, you know, if you come back, that's great, but I completely understand. Hopefully you stay in touch, all right? But thank you so much for all the support, Flamingo. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Flamingo's been a big supporter of the channel, and I really appreciate her. All right. All right, let's see here. All right, we're gonna go to my fleets first. And you see how small that bar is? Actually, before I go to my fleet, we got a bunch of contract requests here. So let's go ahead and accept these contract requests. That way, if people are playing right now, and also it doesn't mess up. I have to count my number. All right, let's go ahead and accept these contracts too. Yo, one thing I've been doing lately, by the way, is because I'm trying to boost my leaderboard scores, is I've been accepting the international, the regional, and the local contract, whether or not I want to. I'll handle the plane once, and then I'll just cancel the contract. But that way I'm increasing my contracts completed metric on the leaderboard, and I'm also improving my my planes handled metric. Now, depending upon the size of the plane, you could also, it could also improve other metrics as well. But that's one thing I've been doing. Plus, I mean, at a certain point, it's like, I got 20 million wallers here. Like, what else am I spending it on? I'm not really spending it on anything else. I'm spending on more planes. And then if I'm buying my own planes in my fleet, what's going to end up happening is just going to make it so I have more wallers, because planes in your own fleet make you more wallers than other player planes. So it's like, it just kind of just snowballs and gets out of control. Have a good night. Have a good day, Flamingo. Thank you so much again. Is it worth it to buy premium pass at LHR? I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, I can't imagine not having a premium pass at LHR, but like, it's not something you need to unlock right away. But if you start to make it like a hub, which a lot of people end up doing, having the premium pass and having that extra handling crew, especially the extra handling crew, can really help you. Because one of the strategies that I recommend to a lot of people, especially at LHR, is to land planes overnight. So, kind of turn on your tower managers, and what I'll do is I'll turn the speed up to high. You could keep it on low, doesn't matter, and I just keep it easy. I just activate all for 2 hours. I plug in my iPad, and when I turn on all the tower managers, and then overnight I let the tower managers land all the planes. I come back in the morning and I have like 150 to 190 planes on the ground. It's really great because then I can start handling LHR without having to wait for too many planes to taxi. So it's a really great scenario for me. All right, that's one of the things, and then that's why having extra handling crew really helps, because then you're spending less time waiting for planes to be finished handling. That's why I bought more handling crew at that airport. All right, I'm not accepting more contracts temporarily because we are now starting our purge. All right, so at IAD, we're at 1,050 contracts right now. Let's see where we end up at. Actually, hold on. let's do a prediction on Twitch. I want to get you guys engaged. Let's start a prediction, and you guys are gonna bet your channel points, and you can bet your channel points to earn more channel points. All right. So at Innsbruck, we got rid of 6 contracts. All right. At Bari, we got rid of 6 contracts, and at Prague, we got rid of 46 contracts. Right. Innsbruck, we only had 165 contracts. Bari, we only had 127 contracts, and at Prague, we had 338 contracts. So we're gonna do a prediction here. Okay. Start prediction. There we go. Okay. Name the prediction. How many contracts will finish with IAD? All right, we're gonna do. I should have done this earlier. All right, we're gonna start this prediction now. All right, so the prediction here is, and you have 5 minutes to join this prediction, all right? But the prediction here is, do you want to bet your channel points that I'm going to finish at IAD with 1,000 or more contracts still? Am I going to finish with 950 to 999 contracts? Or am I going to finish with less than 950 contracts at IAD? You can bet your channel points. I think you only need to bet 10. And then which if you're part of the group that wins, then you get your group shares all the channel points that the losers bet. All right, so go ahead and put in your bets. So like right now, for example, if if the person who voted for 1,000 plus wins, they're gonna win like 165 times what they put in. So they bet in 10, they're gonna win like 16,000. So we got like, yo, what was that? Who? Yo, somebody in basic, yo, or somebody in YouTube. Brian Ho, thank you so much for the support. Guys, sorry to you guys on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have this prediction option, but so we're talking to Twitch right now. But on Twitch, they have this option where they can bet like channel points. It's just for fun. You know, channel points are things that are on Twitch. Use the channel points to like buy contracts when I'm playing my stream account. You can do stream effects, like effects on the stream. And also, there's an option to buy VIP. I forget how much that costs. I think I might have to increase it. But it looks like everybody's on less than 950. Some people are on 950 to 999, but we're gonna just handle a couple planes here, make some progress. IAD again is one of the airports I play daily, so I expect there to be. I mean, in some ways there could be more contracts to purge. There could be less because people know I'm playing it every single day, so it's like real easy for them to handle. But I don't know. I have no clue. I didn't look. We might have to adjust these brackets next time though, because it looks like everybody joined one bracket. So I think when we go to like LHR, which will be like the next daily airport, we'll make a better bracket, I guess. I don't know. But I figured, hey, Twitch has this option. Let's try it out. Let's have some fun. All right, this is my Concorde. Who's this going to? TJ Bay. Nice. All right. And that'll keep me at 1050, so that's good. Now, I just got to make sure I'm not completing any contracts from here on forward. We're not accepting any new contracts temporarily. You can feel free to send me a contract, but we're not accepting it just yet. We're going to wait till we're done purging the contracts because we don't want to mess up our counts here. You guys have 1.5 minutes to join the prediction if you'd like. You could make a poll. Yeah, I guess I could make a poll. Poll wouldn't be the same though. Like a prediction, they got stuff on the line, right? Like they're bet. It's like they're putting like fake money on the line, you know? Fake money on the line. And like for some of these guys, they really like those points you could use to get contracts and stuff like that on the stream account. So it is pretty useful. So yeah, right now though, if you vote with the less than 950, you're only gonna get like an 8% bump to your how many points you put in. So, but like for people who put in 1,000 plus, if you guys happen to be correct, you're gonna get like 190 times your points. So you put in 100 points, you're gonna get 19,000 points. No, that's not right. I think 1,900 points, something like that. Okay, so 999 requested a connection. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna trade. We're gonna claim this one, which should bring me down to 1049 soon, right? There, 1049, and we're gonna trade it for 999's contract. And now we're back at 1050. All right, did I buy contract capacity? I did not. Buying contract capacity doesn't mess up the stream, so that's good. Let's add 10 more minutes here. And all right, predictions are locked, and we are going to start the purge shortly. Look at how many planes we have. IAD is another airport that I will sometimes kind of backload, like load while AFK, but it doesn't really need it too much. When you backload it, you get like a huge backup sometimes. A bunch of planes waiting to taxiing. Then they're waiting for planes to push back. You get a little bit of a blockage. But all right, let's go into my fleet first, and let's take a look here. What we're looking for is just any contracts that are 180 days or older, because what that means to me is that they're not playing that airport anymore. So that one's at like 320 days, so that one got canceled. We have this one at 27 days, so that's not quite there. We have this one at 279 days, so that one's getting canceled. So over the next couple of days, you're going to see a lot of these planes are going to show up again on either Phat Airlines Discord, or maybe even I might do it on email. On phatAirlines.com, you sign up for the email newsletter, and we have I send out contract emails as well. So this is going to open up capacity for me. So like here, right, I have 121 slots. That's kind of tight for me, because if I send an email contract, sometimes we get over 100 responses. So 121 slots is not really enough for me to comfortably do a giveaway, right? This one's really close, 159 days, but not 180 plus. So we're keeping that one. 117 days. All right. 963 days. Sorry, bro. That's at St. Martin. So, you know, St. Martin's a tough airport, guys. And it's so tough that a lot of people just stop playing it once they unlock LHR. And I get it. I haven't played St. Martin in a long time myself. Right now, though, one of the reasons I'm not playing St. Martin a lot is because I am trying to make sure I don't accidentally land too many of my event planes, because in later this year I'm working on a real life video, and because I'm going to St. Martin, and I'm also going to be visiting the airport. Now I'm going on a cruise, so I'm not going to be like in the airport itself. I'm not flying in from another destination to St. Martin. I'm going to be on a cruise, so we're sailing there. But ultimately, I'm going to be doing a real life video where we're going to look at the planes landing. We're going to look at like the area around Princess Juliana Airport, and we're going to compare it with what the airport in the game, and even the 3D environment that's in the game, and see how realistic it is, how close did World of Airports get it to. And I think this is where I want to grow this Phat Airlines channel in the future. Like, I'm still gonna do World of Airports streams and World of Airports content, but I also kind of want to get into like some other more aviation stuff as well, and kind of just like not just be about like playing a game, you know. So like visiting airports or visiting destinations where planes are, you know, plane spotting, stuff like that, and making like a travel vlog out of it. So that's going to be coming later this year. My trip is happening in August, so I have like a whole storyboard written out. I have a whole plan written out for it, so that way I know what to do. You know, I'm going to be with the family too, so that's why it's real important for me to make sure I have it planned ahead of time. But I'm super excited about it, and I'm excited to see what that does for Phat Airlines. You know, I'm hoping that like by the end of this year we can reach 10,000 subscribers. I forget where we're at right now. Like I know we're over 8,000, like, but I forget what the exact number is. But like I'm hoping if I can do this travel video and it does well, that could bring a whole new audience, not just to me but also to World of Airports, because there's so many people who either don't know about World of Airports or just don't understand it, right? So there's a whole other audience I could be helping bring into World of Airports, and I could do a lot of the things that I've been like my dream. You know, I've always wanted to travel more, and you know, having look at this one. This one's really close, 178 days. But yeah, travel was like always one of my goals in life, and if I'm able to incorporate my Phat Airlines channel with that, and I mean it's still aviation and airline related, it'll be pretty cool. You said I missed one at 201 days. Time to go back. Alright, I'm gonna use my finger to scroll. 141, 167. You know what I need to do? There we go. Now we got smooth scrolling. Yeah, battery saver. Oh, yep. Here we go. Good call out. So we're still only at 1036, guys. So it's looking good for the 1,000+ crowd. Looking good for the 1,000+ crowd so far, and they're gonna make bank. But yeah, back to, you know, St. Martin. I'm super excited for that video. I feel like it doesn't pivot this channel too much because I'll still be playing World of Airports. I'll still be making guides about World of Airports, but I also think it helps to kind of like grow me as a person and me as a channel. And you guys get to, you know, you guys have been here from the beginning, so that's also like a little bit of flex for you guys. Video idea if you become a billionaire. Billionaire. that'd be kind of fun, right? But all right, let's read it though. Buying IAD and making all the in-game contracts come to life. That's fun. Yeah. 778 days. Oh, wrong button. We got a couple larger planes, it looks like, that are canceled too. So those larger contracts you'll probably see on the Phat Airlines Discord. Probably not for a long time either. Like probably for like 1 day or 2 days. Maybe even like a couple of hours for some of them, because especially at IAD, there's not a lot of large stands, so I can't really have these large stands be occupied for too long, right? Or occupied with a plane that's not being assigned for too long, because then that essentially stops other planes from landing. So one thing that I'm going to do actually is, yeah, good. I'm going to have other player airplanes on the delivery manager go first, and then my airplanes go second. That way, I can still handle a bunch of planes, but my airplanes are going to be landing afterwards. So that way, I'm not like how do I word it? I'm not holding a stand hostage. You know, I'm not occupying a stand with my own plane that's waiting for a contract renewal. Like right now, this plane is going to be waiting for Vista Airways to accept the contract at LHR. Most of the times the people are really quick, but I know we all have different time zones. So you could be really quick with it. And then here's one to Cats at LHR. you can be real quick with it. But like if I send you the contract request at 10 o'clock at my time, and you're from from LHR area, from England, from the United Kingdom, that's gonna be like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for you. And I never expect contracts to be accepted that fast especially when I know your time zone. Oh, did I miss another one with 224? We'll have to take a look. One on your right. I'm not gonna go back too far, but I feel like I was a lot better this time. I think I got it then. I must have gotten it. Canceled that contract, then we should be good. Alright, let's keep going. 8 days, 166 days. Guys, and thanks for doing drops on Twitch. Appreciate that. Because I know that it's probably not the most exciting to look at me canceling contracts. This is like another, this is one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this on stream or not. What might end up happening is I might just make this into like a video. Like I canceled 2,000 contracts, like make this like a video instead. But ultimately, make sure you guys are in the Phat Airlines Discord, because there's a lot of contracts we're canceling here. I don't know if the 1,000+ crowd is going to win. I don't know if they're going to win at this point, because we still have we have other players planes to cancel, non-fleet planes to cancel, and I have a lot of E and F size planes that to give away. So we're gonna have to give them away, and the best way, in my opinion, to do it is on the Phat Airlines Discord. Let me show you. I'll show you guys the Phat Airlines Discord real quick. Once where we. All right, I'll show you guys the Phat Airlines Discord, so that way those of you who are new could know how to use it. It's pretty simple. An A359 right there. Look at that. Like the 734s, like the seaplanes, those are we're probably going to have a longer time frame, because there's so many of them and there's so many more stands available. Now we're getting into the painful moment. These planes over here are at 7 out of 10 or higher. That's the cool thing with the fleet. Well, maybe it's cool for sometimes it's not cool. But like the My Fleet menu is sorted by where is that contract at? Is it at 0 out of 10? Then it shows up in the front. If it's at 10 out of 10, then it shows up at the back. But this is where it starts to get painful for me to cancel, because we're so close to finishing these contracts, and it just feels bad. Like this one, 8 out of 10. Like we only need 2 more handlings to get this done. But it's been 344 days. They've had their chance, right? At least that's what I'm telling myself. But normally I wouldn't want to cancel it. I would hold on to it, like praying that they come back one day. Here's Eric, that was an 8 out of 10. Edgewater Cupcakes, 8 out of 10. A Serial Scrapper. I've seen their name come up a few other airports. I'm not sure which airport though. Blue Airlines. Oh, I miss Blue. We got Power Goon at St. Martin. I think Power Goon's still playing other airports though. I think that's Duck, for those of you who know Duck. Bags Boy, miss him, man. But I understand MSY, but I think they quit. I hope that's all. That's another thing too. Is I know like Voitando said earlier in the chat, it's sad to think about, and I don't want to think about it or talk about it, but it's real. 651 days for Cherished Coolness, and we're at the 9 out of 10 range here. And this is the part where it's like, man, we just needed one more handling. If you could have just sent me your plane one more time and then quit, we would have been fine. But nope. Now I gotta cancel it. Look at this, GRU 145 days with Fleeting, but I think Fleeting quit GRU. They didn't quit the game, but I know. Now we're in the super painful stage, because this one 368 days, literally on its last handling. And I think Aviation Gaming, man, this is World of Airports Gaming on YouTube. I thought they came back to play some St. Martin, but I guess not. I'm sorry, bro. But so if you guys come back and you need some contracts, I'm always here. You know, just join the Phat Airlines Discord, make a post on the contract board, and when I have planes available, like I do right now, I'll start a giveaway, or I'll start sending them out to people who have posts on the giveaway board. Sorry, on the contract board. Here's another one from Beggs Boy, 10 out of 10. This one hurts, because like that's 745 silver planes we could have got for one more handling. But what we're gonna do. Alright, we only need 6 more to get us out of the range for the 1,000 plus crowd. So I don't know, 1,000 plus, it doesn't look promising for you guys. But yeah, on the Phat Airlines Discord, if you go down to the WOA contract section here, we have giveaways. We have a contract board here. The contract board is pretty cool. You just make a post here, you tag it with the airports you want contracts to or from, and you make your post. Usually in your post, make sure you put in like what airport you're looking to get a plane to or from, and put in your username. You know, don't make people ask you for your username. Put it in the post. And then we have these giveaway channels. So the giveaway channels are pretty cool. That's all you got to do. Let's see if we have an active one. I should probably start an active giveaway every stream. But like, look, okay, Vista and Vese, they have giveaways. Like Vese's giveaway ends in 33 minutes. But you just, this one's for VIPs only. So not everybody can join this. But this one is one for everybody. So all you gotta do is go to giveaway L plane, click the enter giveaway button, and then you're entered into the giveaway. This one has 5 winners, so it's gonna randomly select 5 out of all the participants to be entered to win. I don't want to enter this giveaway on this account, so I'm just gonna go ahead and leave the giveaway. But that's what you do, and you can check the channels to see if there's a plane going, a giveaway going on there. Hammy is giving away a Concorde, so that's really cool. And if you're a VIP, you have pretty much two chances to win a Concorde. And if you don't want to click through every single channel, we have the plane contract giveaways channel, which is pretty much just a feed that tells you exactly what's going on. So you have here, this one's going. This is a giveaway that's ongoing. This is a giveaway for VIPs. Giveaway for VIPs. These giveaways all have ended, but you see over here, Hammy with the special plane contract with a Concorde. So this is a nice little feed, kind of lets you know what's going on, so that way you don't have to click through every single channel. You can just look here and see which ones are ongoing and kind of click directly to them. So, all right, that's cool. What's up, Aviation Ace? Yeah, so there's a lot of lurkers in chat, and there's a lot of more chatters in Twitch. But I think that's because Twitch rewards you for chatting. I mean, I think on YouTube you do get like XP, so you can like be like recognized as like the top poster or something, the top chatter. But that's kind of new. All right, we are looking good. We got I'm just gonna do some more handlings here of these planes, because we have the tower managers working. The tower managers are landing planes, assigning planes, pushing back planes, and letting planes depart. I have the ramp agent on all these planes, so that way they're being handled without me having to look at them. That way when we're in our contract menu, these planes can push back and go to their destination. Let's look at the radar real quick. You'll see here, well, look at all those planes. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, that was just from like 30 or 40 minutes here at IAD. And of course, we got a bunch of planes coming here. These are a bunch of the new contracts, perhaps, and some of the contracts I canceled too, right? So let's go ahead and let's take a look at our contract board here. Now this is going to take a while, so we're going to have to back out of here. just for sanity's sake. But I probably should just filter. Yeah, I'll filter to just player planes too. No point in having all the other planes show up. So here's Alan at 630 days. $141. So the cutoff here is 180 days. We're doing this so that way we can open up more contract capacity for more players, so that way I can play with people who are actively playing at airports, and that way I can do it like an email contract, because now we have 164 free slots, which is a lot more doable for me. Like, I can do an email giveaway from IAD if I have 164 contract slots, because that gives me time. Because look at this one, 878 days. Because when I do my email contracts, I can buy more contract slots, so I can buy more using gold planes. You can only buy gold plane contracts. Do I cancel this Concorde? Let me guys know what you think. But yeah, I'm gonna keep scrolling, but that's from Eric. That's E. Do I cancel a Concorde contract that is over 180 days? I think I do. I do, right? Or is that like part of our special plane rule? That's like one that I struggle with. I am canceling the 10 out of 10 contracts though, so that's out of here. But do I cancel a contract? Concorde. You're playing WoA while watching? Nice. Hammy said yes, any contract over 180 days. Yes, cancel a Concorde. All right, let's go back and cancel it. It seems like there's a 100% yes. The only one I didn't cancel was a golden airplane livery for 738, but that was only one. So sorry, Eric. Hey, at least they get to. Well, hopefully that Concorde doesn't go right to maintenance as soon as they get it. That could happen, right? And then all of a sudden now they have a Concorde and have to pay $1 million. What's up? Is that Lukey or Lucky? But what's up, man? You playing on 3 accounts? That's what's up. I wish right now, like, the bug where we can't switch accounts on the same device is still ongoing. So like, there's no way for me to like switch accounts. I mean, luckily I do have I have 2 devices. I have one device, my iPad that you're watching right now, that has the Thephatrican, and then I have my iPad mini, which has Phat Airlines. I haven't, my iPad mini is dead. I haven't plugged it in, but there's no way for me to play my 3rd account. So sad. What's your biggest fleet and how many planes? Are you asking Lucky? I know for me, I don't keep track of the number of planes that I have. Oh, look at this. This is the developers Concorde. Sorry, JD. We made those are the rules. I just canceled a contract from a developer. How do you guys feel about that? And it's a Concorde from Prague. But yeah, I don't really count how many planes I have in my fleet. I wouldn't even count how many contracts I had if it wasn't a number up here, I just have way too many to in my opinion, for me to keep track. And I think I mentioned this in another, a few times in the past, but it's like I work with data in my full-time job, right? So I work with data, I work with spreadsheets, I do that kind of stuff for 40 hours a week. And last thing I want to do when I get home is work on more spreadsheets. Now, sometimes it's necessary, right? Yeah, sometimes you got to make a budget for the household and stuff like that. But the last thing I want to do is look at more spreadsheets, especially when I'm playing a game. So that's why I really appreciate Geo / technological what's his name? Shoot. Technocratic Aviation. I appreciate him and Defoe and all the other people that he partners with to create the World of Airsport spreadsheets that they have, because that really helps out, like helps me out with understanding some game data, but also helps out a lot of the community. But it's not something that I'm like spending time looking at all day. So that's why I don't keep track of my fleet like that. I know some people keep track of their fleet. I don't. As a matter of fact, if World of Airports never released this, how long it's been since handling, I would have had to cancel contracts based on my gut feeling, which is not the greatest, or based on player news and things like that. So I'm glad they put this in, because this makes me confident when I'm canceling contracts that I'm doing the right thing. I'm not canceling a contract with somebody who is still playing with me. I'm canceling a contract that with somebody who's for sure not playing at all, or at least not playing that airport, you know? So makes me feel a lot better knowing that I'm canceling the right contracts and not accidentally canceling a contract with somebody who is playing that airport and playing the game. We are now under 1,000. Yes, we're at 986. So sorry to you guys are 1,000 plus. You guys have lost your 300 collective points. Feels bad, man. But thanks for joining. We'll see who wins. We're just starting up handling a couple more planes again, because this is the best thing to do if you're doing other things in the game, or other things in real life. Make sure your tower managers are on. Come back to the game. Turn on. I've got 10 minutes, so we're good here. Yeah. Turn on your tower managers. Come back to the game. Handle a couple planes, and then go back to doing whatever you were doing. So like right now, what I would be doing if I wasn't on stream and canceling contracts, I would be like playing with my kids, or working on my side business, or working on my St. Martin video, or creating a couple of World of Airports guides. And that's one of the things I'm working on right now. Is I'm doing some World of Airports guides. I showed the VIPs. You could check the VIP chat on Discord, but I showed the VIPs a screenshot of all the tutorials and guides that I'm working on. So I'm working on a text-based guide first, so that way that guide will go out to my email subscribers, and then I'll put it on my website, and then I will also make a video for it. And it's something I've been wanting to work on for a very long time, because there are some things, even in World of Airports, where if I needed a guide, I wouldn't watch a video for it. I would search for a text-based guide, right? So I want to be able to help people who are looking for a text-based guide as well. Let me drink some coffee here. Think wants to know the Mink wants to know what are the best aircraft contract for farming silver planes at each tier, guys. So the silver planes are earned based on the distance your plane has to go. So the further your plane can go, or the further your plane is coming from, the more silver planes you're going to earn, right? So that's why like an A388, a B748, a B744, a 740, a 777, a 789, an A35K, an A359. Those are all going to be planes that have really long distance and can go a long way, right? So sorry, Beggs boys, but it looks like he quit LHR. I think I remember seeing a player news post about him too, but yeah, we had a lot of contracts with him. So this might take us down to the less than 950. This might take us down, because we had a lot of contracts with him, because he was an active daily player. He played every single day, and then then he made a player news post about something that was happening in his life, and his playtime kind of got reduced from there. So hopefully all is well. And that's what I pray for, man. I pray for all these players, all you guys who, especially you guys who send me planes frequently. I notice when you guys are missing. And even like you guys in chat too. I notice when you guys are missing. I don't try to make expose like people's business. You know, even though it's on player news, I don't want to be bringing it up post the fact. You know, so I try to keep it, you know, a little bit more private. If you want to look it up yourself, you go look for it. You know, that's like how it is on the internet. But you know, even you guys here in chat, like, you know, when you guys pop back in after a long break, it's nice to see you guys. It's also nice to see you guys who are here every Saturday too. Don't get me wrong. Guys, we are 4 contracts away from getting to 950. But we need 5 contracts to clear before we're under 950. And we're at the letter Z. We are at the letter Z, guys. You guys who said less than 950 are sweating bricks right now. Your 10,000 points are on the line. Let's see. Let me show you. This is you guys right now. This is you guys right now. Uh-oh. That's you guys who voted 950, less than 950. Oh, shoot. Alright, I guess I'm not canceling this. This is gonna upgrade. Man, sometimes I just can't help myself. I just need to hit the yellow button. You know what I'm saying? I just need to hit the yellow button. Alright, so yeah, this is what I constantly do throughout my day. Is like, I'll let the tower managers do their work. I'll come back, handle a bunch of planes, step away, and now of course we got a big blockage happening over here. A bunch of planes waiting to take off, but hey, that's all being worked on in the background. Yo, what's up, Deadeye? I don't say much. You don't say much most of the times, but always good to see you too, Fat Man. See, that's why I want to create this, like, this thing for lurkers, right? Because, like, sometimes, like, how do I put it? All right, let's use Flamingo for an example, right? Flamingo is very well known in the community, and, like, you know, almost like famous in a way for her concords, right? So, like, if she pops in the chat, or yeah, if she pops in the chat, a lot of people might start messaging her or maybe asking her for a Concord, right? So like it could be kind of tough. And this is sometimes also can happen when I'm visiting other people's World of Airport streams, right? Where if I'm on and I join, then they start talking to me and not to the streamer, right? So this is something I noticed, and like that's why I want to create a method where like people who are watching but want me to know that they're watching, but don't want everybody else to know that they're watching, can let me know, right? I'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. But appreciate you, man. Let's see. Also, Fat, may I ask, are you going to play LHR on stream today? We're going through every single airport, and we're canceling a bunch of contracts today, so it might take me a while, which is it's taking me a little bit longer than I thought already. But we're going through every single airport, and this is one canceled. Guys, we have a winner. We have a winner. So we finish at IAD with 953 contracts. All right, so what's that? 1050 minus 1050 minus 953 is 97 contracts gone from IAD. Oops. All right, so congratulations. Let's give them their points. Give them their points. Come on, give them their points. Complete. Give it to them. You guys like that? I think that's fun. So yeah, I think that was fun. We'll do more predictions as we go to the other airports as well, so you guys can you guys can get it. But look at that. Small plane aviation winning 21,000 points. Nice. Nice. Oh, no, okay. 21,009 others. Sorry. It's not 145 points each. That's what it averages to. It's all based on how many points they put in. So if they only put in 10, they only get like a proportion equal to what they put what they put on the line. All right. So what we're going to do is go to the next airport. The good news is, let's see. Oh, we got a bunch of pending contracts, so we can accept them now. I play IAD every single day, or I try my best to. So if you guys want to send me contracts to my IAD, feel free. My main account, Thephatrican, Thephatrican, and I do my best to play IAD every day. But you could see there, like I had a ton of contracts, and it just takes some time to play the airport. All those planes that were, by the way, like taxiing to take off, they will still be departing. They're just on a little time delay. So they'll start to show up on your radar if it was one of your planes in a few minutes. So what we're going to do here is we're going to accept Nagoya contracts. Nagoya is an airport that I don't play every day. I do play it every once in a while. Especially like when somebody reminds me that it's been a while I haven't played. It's not an airport that I purposefully try to not do, but it is an airport that sometimes that ends up happening. We're not going to do a prediction here because there's only 220 contracts. It's not like a major airport, so I don't know. I don't even know what the tiers would look like or where to tier it at. We'll wait till we're at like maybe or what's after Nagoya, San Diego. So maybe Muscat will be the next airport we do a prediction at. But let's get into it. Look at that. I still have transferred airplanes in my fleet here. And actually, before we get into it though, okay, none of my planes here need handling, so we're good to go. We got the tower managers working in the background, so the tower managers are going to make sure that the planes can land. And let's take a look at my fleet first. Oh, let me log it down. Hold on. So at Nagoya, we're at 220. Let's see where we finish. So I don't have a lot of fleet planes, it looks like here. And what I ended up doing at Nagoya and some of these airports where I don't play daily is, and even actually all airports, I try to get a lot of these planes that are in my fleet to go to playable airports on a random contract, right? So when you send a plane to a playable airport and you don't have a player name, it doesn't cost you wallers to send that contract, but also it can randomly show up at somebody's airport if they hit the random arrival button at the right time. So that is something that I think is pretty cool. I've been trying to max out each of my capacity to each of those airports from all of my my airports, because one of these days we're going to be hosting a Phat Airlines competition, and it's kind of luck based, but it might help us understand the random arrival system a little bit better. But we're going to be hosting a competition where we're going to see who can get the most random arrivals from other people in our community, right? So what that means is I'm going to be sending out like a Concorde, an A388, maybe a E170 on a random arrival to, from Nagoya to BKK, for example, right? And what we're going to try to do, what you're going to try to do is you're going to try to hit your random arrival button over here at the right time and try to get my random arrival. Now, there's going to be certain people who are going to be sending random arrivals. They're going to be one category, and then everybody is part of the random arrival receivers, right? So everybody can participate. What we're going to do is we're going to have a competition for essentially each airport in the game. So Innsbruck has its own category. Bari, every single airport has its own category. So that way, somebody who has only one airport isn't outplayed by somebody who has all the airports, right? And then once you get an airplane from somebody in the Phat Airlines community who is signed up to be a a contract sender, essentially. Once you receive one of those planes, you take a screenshot of your page, of your screen, and you post it on the channel, and then you get a point as somebody who receives a random arrival, and the person whose plane that is, the sender, also receives a point. And at the end of the time period, even though it's probably all luck based, but at the end of the time period, we'll have some winners, right? And I think the less luck part is when I send a plane, it tells me I don't have any planes going out. Is this on a random arrival too? Nice. This one's on a random arrival. So I'll show you in 4 minutes. But when this goes out and I go to the radar here, and we go to like departures, even here for arrivals, right? We have this plane coming back. It tells me that this plane's coming back at 14:53, right? So if this was on a random arrival going to Nagoya, I could just I would post in the chat, hey, I have a random arrival arriving at 14:53 or in 45 minutes at Nagoya. And that way you could try and, hit the button in 45 minutes and see if you're lucky enough to get my plane. Oops, I should not have done that. Quick, somebody send me a contract. No. But that one was canceled, so I'm going to update my number from 220 to 219. I should not have done that. That removed a contract that's not part of the purge. But actually, the purge is done, right? We went through all of my fleet planes. We went through all of my player planes here. We are good to go. So we went from 220 to 206. So I'm going to keep it at 220 to 206. So yeah, this is another airport that I don't play frequently. So a lot of these planes were probably contracts that were already canceled because I don't play this airport daily. I play it as I need to. So, all right, that's Nagoya for you. I activated the tower managers for way too long, and we'll go to San Diego. Has he just been canceling? I've been talking too, man. Lots of talking about strategy, world of airports, future plans. So yeah. All right, San Diego, 132 contracts. So we don't have a ton of contract here. So another airport we're not going to do a prediction at. We're just going to quickly go through our fleet. We're going to I'm going to turn on the tower managers for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So that way I can at least get some planes on the ground, right? Let's make sure we none of these planes have anything to claim, so that's fine. We're going to start handling so that way these planes can maybe push back. I didn't turn on the ramp agent. Very important if you're going to be away from the game or like in your menus that you turn on the ramp agent. Otherwise, what's going to happen is those planes are going to get delayed. What happened? I thought I turned the ramp agent on. There we go. So now we're going to go to my fleet menu and we're going to look through here. There really shouldn't be a lot, but we got a few. Look, I am Cat Shark. Sorry, bro. Ultra, how you doing, bro? By the way, nice to see you. Ultra's here like every stream. Let's see if we got more updated stream streaks. By the way, let's see. We got Mike. Okay, we already read Mike before. Yo, I missed these follows too. Drippy Pixels, thanks for the follow, and Det, thank you for the follow. That's really cool. What else we got? How often are you going to do these streams cancellations? Probably every 6 months. It probably makes the most sense. Maybe every 7 months, right? That way, because every 6 months would probably get boring. So it'd have to be like every 7 to 9 months or something like that. But yeah. It's kind of interesting too because some of these players that we're canceling contracts to, they're still active in other airports. So it's like, it kind of just shows that like people do just stop playing certain airports completely, or maybe just not enough to like handle all the players. Oh shoot, I didn't count, did I? Let me check YouTube real quick. Gotta check the replay. All right, so we started. I'm looking at the replay right now, and at YouTube, we started at 132. Okay, good, good, good. Glad we stream on YouTube. All right, 132, San Diego, 132. Lukey, will accept your contract in just a minute. But by the way, I don't play. San Diego, I play less frequently than even Nagoya. Way less frequently. Oh, look at that. All right. So we'll accept your contract offer after we're done doing the purge. If you're looking for like, so I don't know. I forgot. I didn't pay attention to what plane type that is. But you could send it to LHR. LHR, I have a much better handling time. Even though I have like almost 2,000 contracts at LHR, you're still gonna see your seaplane in a decent amount of time, a lot sooner than if you were to send it to my San Diego for sure. All right, this is nice and quick. It's good to have a break after IAD. LHR is gonna be a monster though. We're gonna spend some time at IAD, LHR, but I don't know. I know my mom. Let me text my wife. All right. So we got this that's lined up. All right, cool. So we went from, where did we go from? 132 to 122. 122. So that is 10. All right. San Diego is done. And it's kind of interesting because like we're seeing here, Muscat might be a long one. We'll see how many contracts we have, and we might do a prediction here. Confirmed, Zyrox. Thank you, Zyrox. Lukey says it wouldn't be a problem as it's only a few out of like 750 at IAD. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let me go ahead and accept that contract. All right, let me accept those 2 pending contracts. Like Innsbruck and Bari are the 2 airports that I'm just not going to accept the contract at, right? But because it doesn't make sense for you or for me. Like San Diego and Nagoya, it's like, hey, if you're willing to like wait a while, then I'm not gonna stop you. But a lot of people also send me contracts like when I'm not streaming. So it's like there's no way for me to talk to them and say, hey, like I don't play that airport daily. Like I set the expectation properly, you know? Like I want to make sure that people are coming in, and when people come in, that they're not upset at me, because I had this one person comment like, hey, you're not handling my plane daily. And I'm like, well, one, I think it was a plane. They didn't tell me which airport it was, right? So I was like, I don't know what airport you're talking about, right? Because I play daily. Like I don't know what you're, like. I told them I play World of Airports every single day, but I don't play every single airport every single day. That's like almost impossible now. And they never told me what airport. Not either way, it's like that's like the expectations. Like if you're sending me a plane to Nagoya, and then you're gonna get mad at me for not playing daily, that's not my fault. I'm very, very open about me not playing Nagoya every single day. So I just try to make it clear. Even though I know some of you guys are here every single stream, I still repeat myself because I know how I am sometimes when I watch somebody stream. Sometimes you forget things. Sometimes you step away. So I just try to make sure. All right, so we're at 427 contracts here at Muscat. I think, is that worth doing a prediction? So we had, all right, let's do a prediction here too. I'll do, so that way while I'm doing my setup, while I'm setting up for, these planes, adding handling crew and stuff like that, we're going to do a new prediction. So we're going to, how many contracts will Phat finish, or I should say purge, at Muscat? So, Or wait, I guess finish with, yeah. So at Muscat, we're at 427. All right, and I'm gonna go through the math here, right? So at Innsbruck, we were at 165 contracts when we began, and we got rid of 6. At Bari, we were at 127 contracts, and we got rid of 6. All right, Prague, all right, Prague had 338 contracts, so not 427, but 338 contracts, and we got rid of 46. All right, IAD. IAD had 1,050 contracts, and we got rid of 97. All right. Nagoya had 220 contracts, and we got rid of 14. And then San Diego had 132 contracts, and we got rid of 10. All right. So here at Muscat, we're at 427 contracts. 427. So my options are going to be, let's do a 30 option. So 427 minus 30. We're going to do it by 30s here, all right? Actually, yeah, 427 minus 30, 397 plus. And the next one's going to be only 20, 377. All right, you guys got 5 minutes to enter. All right, and this is for you guys on Twitch. You guys on YouTube, you guys can join on Twitch. But on Twitch, there's a prediction option where you can bet your channel points, what we call fat coins, and you can bet your fat coins to join this prediction. It's Yeah, it's a prediction that you can join. Whoever win, like if you're part of the team that wins, you share the bucket, the points from everybody who lost. So the more you bet, though, the more you get as well. But also the more you can potentially lose, right? If you guess wrong. So it's all it's all fake money, right? I mean, you are able to redeem it for cool things that happen on stream. I haven't had stream avatars in a while, which is like one of the things you could do it for. But like when we're back to doing my stream only account, one of the things you can do is buy a contract with me, or force me to buy a contract to send to you on my stream account, which is a big use of those channel points. So the more you put in, the more you're gonna get out as well. And all you gotta do is pick the right bucket. Now, just to kind of go through the numbers again, at the airports where we had like less than 175 contracts, we canceled about 10 or less contracts, right? At Prague was the next closest airport, right? And that one we had 338 contracts, and we canceled 46 contracts there. IAD, we had 1,050 contracts, and we canceled 97. We purged 97 contracts at IAD today. At Nagoya, we had 220 contracts, and we purged out 14. So use that information however you want. Just because it happened at one airport, though, doesn't mean it's going to happen here, right? We could potentially purge out 100 contracts here. I don't think that's likely, but it could happen, right? All right, we're not going to cancel that plane, but it is in a prime spot. This is one of the reasons why I really wish I could update these stands while it's in use, because like what's going to happen here, and I guess I could just pause the delivery manager, right? Pause the delivery manager, go into the stand, and wait for that plane to actually clear the stand. But if I'm not quick enough with pausing the delivery manager, and what's happening in all these other stands that are like empty, is it's going to say I can't edit the stand while it's occupied. But I don't want any more B or C planes to land here, because what that's doing is it's like that small little B plane, it's taking up a spot where a D, E, or F plane can go. Kind of sad. And like even here, I can't even buy the F size. Anyways, that's one of the things I just wish would wish was a possibility. Let's go ahead and resume that manager. And how much more time we got on this prediction? We got like a minute and a half, guys. So make sure you put in your predictions. And if you're part of like the group with a lower, if you vote away from the crowd and you win, which was what happened with IAD, by the way. I think the majority, the super majority of people picked the wrong option. So that small group of people got a ton of points. All right, I'm pretty much ready to start this, and I should have saved some handling crew for the cargo planes, especially these larger cargo planes. There's only 3 stands for them. Indonesian Kingdom said, hey Phat, didn't remove your contracts for my planes, don't remove it. I'm also taking a break. If you're taking a 6-month break, you'll be back and we can start when you come back. We're only removing contracts that are 180 days or old or older, and we're doing them pretty much every single player indiscriminately. You know, we even removed a World of Airports plane, World of Airports developer plane coming to my airport. All right, so I think 6 months is plenty of time. If you're taking a 6-month break from World of Airports, we can start from zero. It's no problem, bro. I'll be here. All right, let's go ahead and get these contracts removed. All right, so we're gonna go through and we're gonna look through here and see what we got. I don't expect to see too many on my own planes. Oh, here's one. Because I think here at Muscat too, a lot of my own planes were canceled by other players, and then when I reschedule them to other players, when I reschedule them as map or as random arrival contracts to the playable airports. So there shouldn't be too many of my own planes. But yeah, you guys definitely want to join the Phat Airlines Discord and the Phat Airlines newsletter on phatairlines.com, because a lot of these planes, you're going to see a lot of these planes coming up as contract board posts. Actually, I'm not going to make a contract board post. You guys can make a contract board post, and I might look through to see if you guys are looking for a plane to certain airports. So like, for example, this plane right here that was canceled that's going to Leipzig, I might just say, hey, I know it's configured for Leipzig already. I'm going to go to the contract board and I'm going to see who's looking for passenger planes to their Leipzig, and I will just send it their way and maybe, reply to their post. So contract board, make a post there if you're looking for certain planes. That's always good advice for you to do. And then also check out the giveaways. Especially like at Prague and maybe even IAD, there are a couple of planes that I have many multiple planes of the same type that I can give away. So I might just do a giveaway where we're giving away 10 planes, and that way we can restart some new contracts with some active players. Look, claim rewards and upgrade. 185 days, that is gonna be there. And that's another thing too, like you see all these like player with like random generated names. I used to never accept those contracts because how do I put it, if they switch devices, right, if those random players or those players with those random names switch their device, their account is gone. It's not linked to a Google Play account, it's not linked to an Apple account. So I would just refuse to play with them. But now, because we have these timers on how long it's been at an airport, I'm more than willing to connect with everybody. I don't care if you have a player name. I don't care if you don't have a player name. I am willing to send you a plane, because now I know exactly how long it's been since you handled my plane. So I could confidently cancel these contracts, knowing that these players don't play that airport anymore. So I feel bad when we're getting over here to 7 out of 10, because we're just so close to completing these contracts. And you'll see there's a few people who have a chance, right? Like Yarrow over here, it's at Prague for 132 days, so it's pretty close. We still have a chance, but Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just canceling them. 169 days, so that's not 180 days, so they're safe for now. We might see them next time we do a purge. Hopefully not. Hopefully we get fewer people we have to cancel contracts with next time. I mean, this one should be the largest because this is like the first time we're doing it ever. But hopefully next time it's like, you know, we just get a bunch of people who are active. I know people quit airports, people quit playing. There's a lot of things that happen, but it pains me when we get to 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. It's just so close, so close. All right, we're almost at 397, guys. We're almost at 397, and we're still only in my fleet. So, I don't think 397 is winning, guys. Sorry about that. We're almost at the end of my own fleet here, and we are done. All right, cool. 398. Oh, I should not have done that. Do we have a pending request? We do. Awesome. I should have accepted these pending requests earlier. But now, okay, we're back to 398 now. Alright, so now, this is what I do. Every time I'm like stepping, it's like, you can count me playing in the menus as me stepping away from the game. And when I come back to the game, I'd go and handle some planes. So that way I can make some more progress while I'm doing other things. You know, so you see me here. This is my AFK strategy. You know, you see how I play normally as well. But when I'm AFK, I just quickly like go through. I'm looking for like my D planes, my E planes, because I know I'm going to be here for like another 10-20 minutes. And I'm going to try to assign as much handling crew as I can to them. And then I'm going to also assign some, you know, to smaller planes. But ultimately, what I'm trying to do here is get as many planes as I can to be assigned while I'm in those menus. That way, they're all being handled. They can all be pushed back. They can depart. And I'm making progress while I'm doing something else. All right. This is going to push back. Once it pushed back, so yep, we're back to 398. We're going to go ahead and cancel this one too. It's going to open up the stand for us, and we're going to be back to 398 shortly. And then, yep, 398. We're going to cancel this contract as well, and then we're going to go down to 398 once that pushes back. Yep, there we go. Very cool. Alright, let us begin because we have no more handling crew to assign. And did I buy extra slots? I did. Awesome. Alright, now we're in the contract section. Let's see what our random arrivals look like. Okay, not too bad. Alright, time to cancel. Alright, let's read chat too while we're doing this. Ramsey said you should do a monthly or bi-monthly purge. I don't think that would make sense when I do, my timeline is 180 days. And I'm not trying to like scare people into like playing the game, you know? I want people to play at their pace. I don't like, some people can only play once a week. Some people can only play every once in a while. And I'm okay with that. You know, I have so many contracts and so much like contract capacity in a lot of these airports that like I don't want to like put pressure on people, because people already put enough pressure on themselves to get these contracts done. But I'm not putting any pressure on many of these players to get these planes done in a certain amount of time. You know, the pressure, I think 180 days is more than enough time to really make sure that all these contracts are, you know, at least get to progress a little bit more. So if I was to do that every month, it wouldn't hit the same way. I mean, it would be a lot shorter. It wouldn't take like right now what we're streaming for 2.5 hours almost. So yeah, it would be a lot shorter. but I'm just trying to just not, I'm trying not pressure people into playing the game, because like I tell. Did I just cancel a good contract? Anyways, yeah, I'm just not trying to pressure people to like play the game. Like I tell people, hey, send me a contract to my LHR, send me a contract to my daily airports. You could even send me a contract to like my Muscat, an airport I don't play daily, but ultimately, play as often as you want. I have contracts with people who play every single day, and I have contracts with people who don't play every single day, right? And if it's like really if I really wanted contracts with people who play every single day, I know who to go to. And a lot of new players, they don't have that luxury, they don't have that capability. They don't know the only player they know is me, right? But like also, they don't know all the players who play every single day, and the people who play every single day, sometimes they don't want to send planes to people just to know that their planes are never going to come back, So here we go. Wow, 375, and I did cancel one at 46 days. Oh my gosh. So, but that would still be 376 then. I did sorry to my boy at 46 days. Feels bad. I don't know what happened there. I think I added a 0 in my head to it or something. I don't know. But luckily, even with that one error that I made, the 376 crowd and below, you guys were right. You guys were right this time. So let me just log this down. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to track that as 376, not 375, because I made a mistake there, and I'm so sorry to that person I made a mistake to. That's just like, it feels bad, man. But 427 minus 376. Man, I did a good job with those tiers, because that was really close, right? That was really close. This account, are you more active than Phat Empire? So Phat Empire is my stream only account, right? So like I only play that account on stream, and I don't stream every single day, right? I only stream Saturdays, and maybe like I know we're also talking about doing a streamathon in like the late March, like later this. Actually, yeah, wow, it's already late March almost. We're talking about doing a streamathon where I stream once a day, except Sundays, for like a month straight, and we'll see how like that does with the channel and with everybody here. I'm also waiting for the capability of switching back to my stream only account before I do a streamathon. But yeah, this account I play every single day because I don't have to be on stream to play this account. This is my main account. So that's why, yeah, I definitely play this account way more. So, all right, let's give them their points. So that was 51 contracts purged. 51 contracts purged at Muscat. So congratulations to you guys who voted 376. You guys will get 19.7 thousand points. 19.7 thousand points. Between 3 people. Nice. I think Sloppy's getting the most points probably, right? Congratulations. Alright, so next up is Leipzig. Dan in Vermont said, for me, the biggest challenge of the game is not playing the game, it's finding reliable contract partners. And then Ginger Jesus said, easy to find as long as you're not a demanding sender. I think at first it's hard, but you want to like build up your own fleet and start sending it to other players. Especially like if you look on my streams and look at maybe some other people's streams too. But if you look at my streams, you'll see that there's quite a few players who constantly show up in every single airport, and not just in my contract list that I'm scrolling through, but as like actual planes that you see arriving, right? Not just on my main account, but even on my Phat Empire account, right? The account that I play on stream. Those are probably some of the players you might want to like send them a request. Send them your fleet plane. Join these communities, like join the Phat Airlines Discord. Talk in the chat so people can get to know you, right? And then you can ask them for a contract, and they'll start sending you contracts, no problem. It's kind of like what I think that's what a lot of people do. Like Sammy sends me a ton of planes, right? And I know Sammy is a daily player, and I know if I have a plane sitting at a stand and I don't know what to do with it, like this one, right? I have a plane sitting at my stand and I don't know what to do with it. I can go right here, go to yes, and I could type it. I could click on Sammy right here, boom, and send a request to Sammy. And I know because of what airports they send me their planes from, that they play LHR and a few other airports, right? So that's like some of the things that you can do to kind of help get more contracts. All right. Yeah, and people who demand daily handling, that's like a tough demand. Those are tough people to play with sometimes. Because like life happens. So but sometimes those people could be very unforgiving, right? It's like, they got their own goals when it comes to the game. But at least they're clear about it, right? When people aren't clear about it, that's when I have a bigger problem. But what am I trying to say? That's why I don't care too much about like daily or not daily handling. All right, so we're here at Leipzig, right? We're gonna do another prediction here because we got 470 contracts here, right? So Leipzig is a pretty decently big airport. It's an airport that I'm trying to play more frequently as well, but it's not an airport that I play daily. But I do play quite frequently. I did buy more handling. I bought a few extra handling crew here. Open that stand. Adam CAC 2. All these planes are good. Alright, so it is an airport that I play every once in a while. I don't play it too frequently, but I play it enough that like a lot of contracts don't end up getting canceled when people are sending me contracts. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to remind you guys where we're at for... Can I post this in the chat, actually? Alright, there we go. In the chat, I put in where we're at. So at Innsbruck, we started at 165 and we purged 6 contracts. At Bari, we started at 127 contracts and we purged 6 contracts. Alright? At Prague, we started at 338 contracts and we removed 46 contracts. At IAD, we had 1,050 contracts and we removed 97. And then at Nagoya, we had 220 contracts and we removed 14. At San Diego, we had 132, we removed 10. And then the previous airport we just left was Muscat, and we had 427 contracts and we left with 50. We canceled 51 contracts. So we're gonna start a new prediction here at Leipzig. Do it. Let me do some math. Let's do some math. Hold on. So we're at 470, right? So 470 minus this. All right, you guys got 5 minutes to do predictions, but the predictions are you have 435 plus, which means 35 contracts or fewer are going to get canceled. We have also 405 to 434. 405 would mean a total of 65 contracts canceled. All right, and then you have 404, which means more than 65 canceled contracts. So go ahead, put in your predictions if you want. I'm going to finish handling these planes. We're going to check a couple things. So I have pending contract requests. Let's go ahead and roll these contracts. Oh, I don't want to pay gold planes for a new contract. We got Golden Fire. Golden Fire. It's a cool little plane. We'll accept your guys' contracts after we are done with purging these contracts. I probably should have done it again before I did the count, before I saved the count, but we'll go from there. You guys really don't think it's going to be a low amount, huh? I feel like Leipzig is probably a more active airport where people are playing, because like you don't have too many cargo planes in the airports that that you're playing with. So I know like one of the strategies that I do when I'm playing is I try to make sure that my cargo planes are landing first, or like have a little bit more priority, because if I have like 15 cargo planes but I have like 100 passenger planes, the 15 cargo planes, like you can only do 5 at a time, whereas in all the other, like, because there's only 5 stands for cargo planes, right? But there's like 50 stands for passenger planes, so those other 100 passenger planes, they have 50 stands to share. So I feel like cargo planes are going to be like less likely to be canceled, but we'll have to see. And it looks like, by the way, this is one contract. I'm probably, should I cancel this? I've been waiting for the devs to accept this contract for years. Because the call sign is devs, man. I've been waiting for the devs to accept this. Ginger Jesus handles every airport, every active airport about every 2.5 days. Nice. Ramsey says, I have the 77W unlocked. I'll see how many I can get. Nice. I like the 77W. Yo, can the A3ST go to any destination yet from Leipzig? Any playable destination? I don't think so, right? Only the Hong Kong one. The Hong Kong A3ST can go to CNN, which is pretty cool. Can't. Okay. Thank you. Poppy said, what should I vote for or should I not? I mean, I would probably go with the 405 to 434 if I was active participant. I don't know about 435 plus. I mean, that could be a possibility, but I feel like 405 to 434 is more likely. But I also, I don't have any inside knowledge. I didn't like look ahead of time, so I have no clue. I just feel like a lot of my contracts here are a little bit more active, perhaps. I mean, there are 214 planes waiting to land. I probably should have considered that as well, right? So if I have 470 contracts, there's 213 planes waiting to land, 36 taking off, and 27 in my airport. That's almost 275. So that means there's 125 planes that are missing, right? How many of those 125 planes that are missing are not handled in 6 months? That's the question, right? How much time we got? A minute. All right, we're going to go ahead and start purging contracts because it doesn't look like anybody's thinking 435. So I think we are good to go there. We are going to start with my fleets and work our way. So we got a bunch of my fleet. And just a reminder, join the Discord. Join the newsletter, because we're going to be using those spaces to send out these planes that need a home now. They need a new home. Wow, wow. I'm surprised already. This one's fine. 176 days, so that one's safe for now. 318 days. And I think these CRJ2Fs, they were email contracts. Same thing with the A318. Those were email contracts, and I'm thinking I'm seeing a lot of the high numbers because I think what some of these players did, they handled it once and then they didn't handle it, or they didn't play again. Kind of sad, but it happens. And that's exactly why we have I have this time limit now, so that way I could like repurpose those planes to other people who are still playing the game. Because like it stinks. I mean, if I go into this airport today, I want to handle like 300 or 400 planes. That's how many contracts I have. Especially if it's been a while. Let's say it's been a week since I played Leipzig. It hasn't. It's been a lot shorter. Let's say it's been a week. I would love to see a lot more of my planes coming back. And which makes me have to play this airport longer, and then it gets me to appreciate the airport again, you know. But wow, we're making a big dent here already, and we're not even out of my fleet. But I think in this airport I have a lot more in my fleet than I have elsewhere, so we'll have to double check and verify that. But I have a lot in my fleet here because we did a lot of email contracts, because I had like 10 or 15 million at one point. So I was like, let's buy a bunch of contracts, and I have a few Concords here as well. So out of A318s, that one's at 142. Oh, look at this, 77 LF. You don't want to miss out on that giveaway. That's a solid plane to receive as a receiver for sure. 134, 184. Ooh, just made it over the line there. Look at that, 142. That's a 300. Ooh, 184 again. 329. $260. Let me do a drop too. I want to see where if I land. Drop. We're at 5 out of 10, so we're making our way through this list, and we're gonna have a ton of planes, guys. A lot of planes to give away here. Now sometimes though, with like these passenger planes, when like these contracts get canceled on their own, you know, not like on a day like today where I'm canceling them all, but on days when they get canceled on their own, what I'll sometimes do is just sell the plane, because I have so many planes I need to handle, especially when it comes to passenger planes here at Leipzig. It's like, all right, let's get rid of this plane. I'll use that money so I can buy a bigger plane instead. So I might end up doing that instead. Is like we'll like sell a bunch of these A318s, and maybe we'll just buy like some A21NYs instead and do those as a giveaway. That might be a possibility. So that way, you know, it's we're gonna have fewer planes to give away because it's way more expensive. You know, we only get like $70,000 for selling the A318, but at least the A21NY, it can go from Leipzig, I think, to IAD, right? So it gives more destinations that the plane can go to compared to the A318. Yo, what's up, Geeky Gamer Official? You need contracts? Nice. We're just talking about contracts. You know, you can. We're canceling a bunch of contracts today. We're canceling a lot of contracts. We've canceled over like 200 contracts already on this stream, and that's because we're canceling contracts for planes that have not been handled for 180 days or more, right? And some airports, that's a lot of people. Some airports it's not. But ultimately, a lot of these planes that I'm canceling, you're gonna see them show up again on the Phat Airlines Discord as a giveaway, most likely. Some of these planes also we might do on the phatAirlines.com email newsletter. If you're not signed up on phatAirlines.com, sign up for the email newsletter. It's completely free, and I send out email alerts like for World of Airports news and some Phat Airlines news. But I also send out an email alert when I have planes ready, or I'm able to send contracts to you guys. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this purge stream too, is because in some of these airports I have less than 100 capacity, and then when I'm doing these email giveaways, you know, I need more than 100 capacity, because we get a lot of responses, because every single person that responds back to that email with their username and with the compatible airport, because it's one specific plane that I give away, and I list all the compatible airports that it will go to, or that I'm willing to send it to. Sometimes I have to configure the planes, so it's like I want to do one configuration, so I can buy like a bunch at a time. But anyways, every single person that replies back with their username and which airport, every single person gets their plane. Every single person. So definitely sign up there too if you're looking. But it looks like the 404 people, you guys are pretty obviously winning. Pretty, oh, ooh. Maybe not, nah. But we're only on the letter A, and we're at 405. So, if somehow, okay, never mind. If somehow, we're still now off the letter A, and you guys have won. That was too easy, huh? That was too easy. We're gonna have to make it harder next time for you guys. That's the thing. I probably should have prepared these prediction amounts. Like I should have scrolled through them myself to kind of get an idea of like what are the good limit amounts. But hey, whatever. You guys are really good at guessing. That's cool too. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, 400 days there. 500 and Itchy Demon. Got Leo Aviations. Oh yeah, Leo used to play a lot too. Yeah, I've seen Andy Guarino in chat, but I haven't seen his planes lately. Well, now I'm not going to see his planes. I canceled a bunch of his contracts. $35 days. Yeah, a bunch of Sammy's planes. Yeah, Taller Scene. Eggs Boy. Ooh. $32 Toast McGee. Surprised I still had a contract with him. Alright, there we go. 378. Almost 100 there. That was like almost more than IAD. So 470 minus 378 is 92 contracts. Oh my goodness. I guess my thought was completely wrong. I thought that because like cargo is such a restricted slot, I thought there would be more players who would prioritize handling cargo planes, but I was completely wrong. Looks like cargo is not a priority. Cargo is not a priority, huh? Which I guess could also make sense if you're playing like Innsbruck. It's hard if like there's only one cargo stand or maybe two. So it's like, but over 180 days, there should be more people playing. All right, what's after Leipzig? After Leipzig is St. Martin. St. Martin. I feel like people cancel contracts with me here because we're not gonna do, even though it's 242. That's not a lot, but we're gonna just kind of go through it. No prediction here. Oh, let's give you guys your points. Oh yeah, and mods. I don't I know I never taught you or showed you how to do it, but like if we pass down into like that bottom tier, you can feel free to go ahead and clear the give the prediction. You know, I'm not gonna be upset. Sloppy wins and with 8 others. Nice. Sloppy's on point. All right, cool. So we're here at St. Martin. At St. Martin, I think I'm gonna give it 10 minutes as well. On the tower managers. So St. Martin, you know, people were asking for advice before, but actually you know, you want to have a lot of B planes, because the B planes are going to really be what helps fill in when you're when you have a crew assigned on these planes over here. So you really want to make sure you have, you know, your extra crew working on the B planes, because you're going to have your larger planes, your D and E planes, and your F plane using a lot of your handling crew. You need these D, E, and F planes though, because they give you, like, look at this one. Oh, look at this one. It gives you a lot of XP, and it gives you a lot of, you know, it gives you some silver planes too. But the XP is really what you're looking for at St. Martin, because, you know, most people are trying to get to level 57, and it's going to be tough to get to level 57 if you don't have XP coming in, right? And these small planes, they're not going to, well, this is a seaplane. This, like, you're going to get 58 for this one. That's actually not bad for a CRJX. 53 for a CRJ9, right? So actually, it's not terrible. It is kind of terrible when you first begin, though, if you have to work your way up. But anyways, that's what I recommend. Have a couple of D, E, and F planes for the XP. Oh, actually, the main reason too for the DEF planes is the wallers too, because those wallers help you with just the progression on that airport. So let me assign 744. Oh, this one's a finished contract too. Nice. Okay, let's heart that one. I think Mert quit playing too, man. It makes me sad. All right, let's generate these contracts. That's all right, and let's take a look. So we're at 243. Martin, 243. Where do we end? Let's find out. Small plane, you won 3 times in a row. Nice. TJ said I bet 60 and 162. Nice. It's Sloppy got all the cash. I think I don't know how much Sloppy put in, but she definitely put in a lot more than you guys. Somebody put in more than 60, and Sloppy was the top bettor. So she probably put in like 10,000. She probably got like 10,600 or something like that. Like, that's the strategy, man. Use all your points, and if you win, you get the most amount of points back too. And if you lose, then you lose your points. You just got to come back and watch the stream more. I was trying to help other people out. Alright, let us start the purge. So we're going to go through my... Oh, we got... Raptor, you got to wait because I already logged. I'm at 243. So we're going to go through my planes here. I don't feel like my planes here... Oh, we're not going to have a lot, but it looks like we already ran into one right here. So we're going to go ahead and cancel that. The BCS1, I think this is a contract I also did with my email contracts. So I'm not surprised to see so many of them. I'm not surprised to see so many of those planes. And, you know, I remember doing that contract when GRU first came out, because I wanted to help people with leveling up GRU. And I decided to play a lot more St. Martin during that time as well. So that's why we see a bunch of those planes. I don't think I'm going to be renewing these planes. I think what I'll be doing instead is maybe buying a couple of larger planes. Especially since like some of my like Mert and some other contract partners are no longer playing. Plus, I don't really play St. Martin too often, but I think this what it'll do though. It'll help me with my St. Martin video that I'm working on. I'm doing a real life video where I'm gonna I'm taking a cruise, and my cruise is gonna be stopping at St. Martin, and the excursion I'm going on is taking us to the airport, St. Martin Airport, Princess Juliana International Airport, right? And we're also going to go snorkeling in the water. So I don't know where exactly in the water we're going to be snorkeling, but I think it'll be pretty cool if we're in the water and the planes are coming overhead. That'd be pretty awesome. But either way, I have a whole plan where it's going to be like a travel vlog type video where I'm going to kind of document the excursion. I'm going to document, you know, what the airport looks like, and compare it to how it looks like in World of Airports. You know, so like the way I look at it, like we got the plane spotting camera right here, You know, I think it would be pretty cool if I could be one of these people over here. There's a sign. Where's the sign? Do they have the sign in the game? I think it's over there, right? Yeah, that danger sign, right? I'll take a look at that sign in real life as well. And then, you know, we get to see the plane coming overhead. Yoda said, I'd rather land 3 F-100s than a 744. And you know what? An F-100 is not a bad idea here at St. Martin, right? I feel like that would be really, really cool. This is going to be me? Yeah. That'd be kind of funny. Because, you know, because I'm going to be on a cruise ship, there's going to be a lot of people also at this airport during this time, right? Because the cruise ship is going to drop off a bunch of people. So sure, some people are going to go to other beaches, but like Maho Beach is like one of the more popular ones, and a cruise ship has like a lot of people on board. So I feel like there's going to be quite a few people here. Come on, man, what are you doing? Take off. Oh, yeah. That's going to be me. Be sure to bring earmuffs and goggles. That's true. That's a good point. You don't want I don't want to, you know, your hearing doesn't get repaired, and neither does your vision, and you never know about debris. And it, you know, well, I'm expecting to be like one of these boats over here, and I'll be like snorkeling in the water, and then you could kind of, you know, compare. Maybe we'll stop at like a bar that's over here or something, you know. But yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool just to be like. I'm excited for the video, is what I'm trying to say. Really excited. Can't wait to record it. Can't wait to see what it looks like. I'm hiring a video editor. I'm looking for sponsors for the video. So it's gonna be a good time. But let's keep up with this purge and get rid of these contracts that are no longer active. So we're removing contracts that are 180 days or older. This way we can open up some more capacity to players who are actively playing. We're gonna like kind of yo, what's up, David Elliott? I didn't see you here. We're gonna like repurpose a lot of these planes, so that way we're gonna do some giveaways on the Phat Airlines Discord. We're also going to do some email newsletters, so that way you guys can claim some of these planes. And I might sell a few of the planes, so that way I could upgrade to I might sell some of these planes so that way I can buy different planes. Like for example, here at St. Martin, having a bunch of seaplanes probably isn't the best. So if I could find like if I can get like a CRJ-X or is F-100 a B plane? But if I could get a couple of B planes instead, I think that would be a lot very helpful for my gameplay, because I have so many D, E, and F planes in here already. Alright, so this airport, not a lot of contracts, right? Not a lot to remove, which I'm not surprised because I don't play this airport often anymore. So we were at 243, now we're at 221, so that is 22 contracts removed, alright? So let's go ahead, accept these pending contracts. You guys know I don't play this airport every single day. We're going to get Mert's plane finished there next time we end up playing. Next up is LHR, and this one's going to be a monster, guys. So I'm going to load up LHR, but I'm going to talk to my mom real quick because this stream is going to be a lot longer than I expected. So I want to, you know, let her know because she's watching the kids, and then I think my wife is going to have to take over for her, so that way she could leave whenever my wife is ready to take over, and I can say bye now. But look at here. We're going to put in a prediction. I'm going to make this a longer prediction too. Wow. 1965. How do we tier these predictions? Yeah, 1965 contracts, all right? And we have 401 of them waiting to land and 184 already on the ground. We have one that's ready for takeoff, or one that's departing. And then we have, of the 500 planes that are here, we have about 570 that are player planes. Actually, let's see. Yeah, we got player. Most of them are my fleet planes, and we have a few player planes. Same thing over here. Very interesting. How do we tier this airport? How do we tier this airport? Let me think. This one is LHR. So like, I think the first tier is going to be, and guys, send me your contract request now if you're sending me contract requests, because once I start this prediction, I'm not going to be able to start any new, I'm not going to be able to accept any contracts unless we accidentally cancel like some random arrivals or things like that. But yeah, that's another thing too, is like some of these 1965, they're not all player contracts, right? Some of them are event planes, some of them are non-player planes, like the contracts that I accepted over here, you know, with the local contract, regional contract, and international contract. Some of them are just like regular, you know, some of them, they're all different, you know. Let's get rid of these cargo planes. Yeah, this is literally what I do when I'm playing LHR most of the times. Like, I had LHR on overnight, like I think not overnight. I had it on during the day yesterday because I was at my brother's house. So while I was at my brother's house, I had LHR on for like 3 hours. So that way my LHR could have a bunch of planes on the ground. You see, almost every stand, I think almost every stand is occupied, which is perfect because now I have a bunch of planes that I can handle. Really, really great. Okay, you just finished the contract there, so that's great. This is going to be awesome. I think we're gonna do 100 for the first tier, maybe like 170 or another 100 for that second tier, and another 100 for that less than section. I think 100 for each makes a lot of sense, since we almost got rid of 100 at IAD, and IAD only had 1,050 contracts, and we got rid of 90. How many? 90. I'll post it in the chat. Got rid of 97 contracts at IAD. Work on this prediction. Let's see. Duplicate tab. There we go. Paste it here. All right, those are the numbers, right? So the first number is the total amount of contracts that we started at the airport. The second number is the total number of contracts that we ended with, right? So, and then we got the final number. Yo, Mert, what's up, bro? The final number is the number of contracts we removed, right? So IAD, we removed 97 contracts, all right? And it didn't have nearly, here at LHR, we have almost twice as many contracts. So I think the first tier we're going to do at LHR should be like 125 or maybe like 150. I don't know. And then the second tier could be like another 100, but we're going to work at least in hundreds here, because I feel like with double the amount, we can easily, like, reaching 100 contracts should probably be kind of easy. Especially considering it's LHR, where I could have a lot of contracts with people from Innsbruck and Bari, like two airports that I feel like a lot of people end up quitting playing, including myself. So, all right, we got, I still have more planes I can get to handle, so let's go ahead and do this. This is literally how I do my AFK playstyle, right? I assign planes, I turn on my tower managers, I assign planes, I start handling them so that way they can go. I usually start with my hearted planes, and I go through here. Also, what I'm paying attention to right now is I'm trying to skip over any planes that are at like 9 out of 10, so that way I can I don't have to worry about claiming them by accident. Oh, that one I messed up. Let's go ahead and claim my free handling here. That way I can get the ramp agent on that guy. We'll accept those contracts. All right, I will be right back. Oh, let me start this contract. So we have 1969. Let's start this prediction. With these predictions, you guys can win points if you guess correctly. So what we're gonna do here, let me do some math on my phone. We're at 1969 minus 125. Oh no, low battery. That's not good. Okay, that's not charging. Why not? Hello? I plugged you in. Let me try the other plug then. Oh, so much I want to do. There we go. Okay, now it's charging. Good. Good, good, good. Alright, cool. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna give you guys the runway view as well. Which runway? We're gonna look this way. So we're gonna, oh, I'm doing math. So we're gonna do 125 for the first tier. I want people to actually vote for the first tier. But I don't know what might be too much. Is 125 too much? No, I'm gonna do 130. 1839. 1839. 8 minus All right, guys, the prediction has started. We have the 3 tiers. 1839 plus. 1839 plus means that 139 contracts are going to get canceled. We have 1714 to 1838, which means 255, anywhere between 131 and 255 contracts are going to get canceled. And then less than 714 means that over 255 contracts will be canceled. All right, I'm going to go speak with my mom, who's watching the kids, let her know what's going on, because I know she wants to go to my brother's house with my sister, because do a couple things over there. So I will be right back. But once I get back, it should be less than 5 minutes. We are going to start the purge. All right. So let's enjoy, and we're gonna make it daytime here. All right, that way you guys can see what's actually happening. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Oh, perfect timing. Good, good, good. We're at 30 seconds left for you guys to 30 seconds left for you guys to vote or predict. Uh-oh. Can I just pause the music? So yeah, all right, cool. We're going to start our purge here at LHR. Nobody predicted the 1839 plus. So if that one wins, you all lose your points and nobody gets the points. That's kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I'm kind of rooting for that one right now, but I don't think it's going to happen either. I don't know. We'll see. But we're going to start with my own fleet planes, and then we're going to go from there, alright? So we're going to start here with my fleet, and we're going to take a... Oh my gosh, you see how tiny that bar is? We're going to have to take some breaks in between, so that way we can handle some planes. But we got a lot of planes here. And this is the airport where I really wanted to get the purge going, because, I mean, look here. I only have 50 slots available. And that is not enough for me to do an email giveaway. But I have 28 million wallers, man. So I have 28 million wallers. That's like, I can buy a lot of planes with that money. But I just don't have the contract capacity. And, you know, I also, even though I have like 1,400 gold planes, I don't want to spend my gold planes on contract capacity. I do it every once in a while. But I much rather spend my gold planes on like the new planes that are coming. You know, like one of the things like we know we're getting like an A343 A330 Neo. There's a couple of new planes coming out. Some planes are going to get remodels, which also sometimes means that we're going to get like equivalent models coming out. And then each of those planes you need to buy a livery for, right? So those are the things I'd rather spend my gold planes on, and not on contract capacity. I do also spend my gold planes on handling crew, but in a lot of these airports, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at with handling crew. I could probably do a little bit more handling crew at Leipzig, but here at LHR, the only time I don't have enough handling crew is when I first come into the airport, right? I have 615 handling crew. Actually, I have 612, I think. Let's click it. Yeah, I have 612 handling crew, right? So what that means is oh shoot, what was my... Oh yeah, 1969. So yeah, I have 612 handling crew, which for me is, it's like still not enough, but I'm able to handle a lot of planes at LHR in a quick amount of time. And once the planes like start clearing out initially, I end up having way too much handling crew. So I don't feel like buying more handling crew is a good use of my gold planes at this time. So it's like one of the things that I'm going. I don't need to spend more money on handling crew here. So yeah, we're already kind of we're knocking down quite a few contracts, and we're only at the 1 out of 10s. I have a lot of contracts at LHR. LHR, like I said, is one of the airports I play every single day. I really enjoy playing LHR. Because I have the tower managers running in the background, right? So the tower managers are running in the background. They're doing their work while I'm doing other things, right? So right now my other things is going through my menu and clearing out, like purging out the old contracts. But when I'm not streaming, what my other things are, it's, you know, spending time with the family. It's you know, editing YouTube videos, or even like, you know, going to work. You know, I'll have the tower managers on for 2 or 3 hours, and then I let the tower managers do their own thing. And then every once in a while, if I have like a free moment, I have 5 minutes to spare, you know, or less, what I'll do is I'll just, you know, kind of stop. I'll come back to the game and I'll go in, select a few planes. Maybe I'll click my favorited planes first, select a few planes, go in here, start assigning them real quick, make sure I'm as fast as I can be. That way, all of my tower managers are working, right? My departure manager is working, the ground manager is working, the arrival manager is working, and so is the delivery manager. I can't do that while I'm sleeping. I was about to accept some contracts. Of course, you can't accept contracts while you're sleeping, right? But if it's like during the day and you have the airport open, that's not a bad idea. Just go in there every once in a while. For example, like when my kids are sleeping, I'll take the iPad out of my room, put it on a shelf, or actually even sometimes when I'm playing with them, I'll put the iPad on a shelf in the living room. That way, when I'm standing up and I can just quickly assign maybe like 10 planes, and then I come back later, run around with them, and here's another 10 planes to handle. So yeah, yo, what's up, Mercurial Justice? Use the size and passenger cargo filter. What's the benefit for doing that right now? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that would help with. For me, because all I'm doing right now is I'm looking for all the contracts that are 180 days or older, right? So in this case, like I don't think doing a filter would help, but maybe I'm just misinformed somewhere, or maybe there's a pro tip that I need to learn, which I'm open to. I'm always open to learning new things and figuring out new things in this game and just in real life, or in life in general. Just because I think one way is the best way to do something, it doesn't mean it's the best way for everyone, and it might not even be the best way for me. That's why I love like asking questions and figuring things out with other people. It'll be easier to sort and it'll be faster and better for your RAM. Gotcha. I guess yeah, that might be good, especially in an airport as massive as LHR. When we go to the other player contracts, we will do that. We will filter. My RAM isn't like struggling. Actually, I guess it is struggling because I do have battery saver mode on, and or I have it off, battery saver mode off, and you can see the stutter. Whereas like in my other airports, when I turned the battery saver mode off, it was smooth. So yeah, there could be a little bit of lag, especially with 1,900 contracts. That's massive. Anybody have more than 1,900 contracts, by the way? Like in any airport, not just LHR, any airport. I know I've seen one other player who has a ton of contracts too. Or what if not, what airport has the most contract capacity that you have? And what is that capacity you have? Ultra says, does it look like his RAM is struggling? From my point of view, because I'm not looking at it through the internet, I could tell that it's not struggling, but there is a little bit more stutter than when I was at a different airport. So I could tell, but maybe on your end it might look exactly the same, because the internet does its internet things. We're gonna have a lot of planes here. You definitely want to join Phat Airlines Discord. You definitely want to join the Phat Airlines newsletter, because this airport is going to have a lot of contract capacity and a lot of planes available. I mean, we're only halfway through. We're not even halfway through the list, and we're at 1923 out of 20. So we're still. It looks like we're gonna blow. Like everybody was right. We're gonna blow 1839 out the water, but and I was afraid to make that number higher. I should have made it higher. But we'll just keep going from here. I guess I'm rooting for 1714 to 1838. I think the problem with the less than is that like it's such a huge stack of numbers that it's like statistically you're probably going to be more right, because you have 1,714 chances to be right. Hold on, I'm talking and I'm like, did I miss anything? No, I didn't. Okay. Battery usage will be less too. I'm not too worried about battery usage right now. Granted, okay, good. Yeah, I am. My battery is charging, so that's good. I would be concerned about battery usage if my battery wasn't charging, right? Or if I got that error message. You know, sometimes the phone will tell you, like, or maybe not phones, but like sometimes my laptop will tell me that it's charging at a slow rate, so I'm using more battery than what it's charging. So like that's when it could be a problem. I think this BCS1 right here, this one was an email giveaway too. I think there's quite a few of these are email giveaways. One thing I'm trying to do now is keep track of which liveries go with which each giveaway. So I'm making like each livery kind of unique for each giveaway. And then I'm keeping my fleet like all Supreme 3, I think is what my fleet is. That way I know, like, okay, this plane is from that giveaway. And then I know these planes are just regular planes that I bought myself from this email contract, not giveaway. Power Goon, Sanguine. This one's close, man. 177 days. But the rule is 180 days, so 177 is not 180, even though it's pretty close. Intelligent Lion Tamer. LRT, MRT. We've seen this guy. It's Voitando, but that's 52 days. It's a long time for somebody who actually plays. 444 days. Yeah, I got an A388 back. I think in one of my other airports, I think it was what, Muscat, I got a Concorde back. So you're gonna see that Concorde, especially once it lands on the ground, you're gonna see that Concorde open on the giveaways. On the Phat Airlines Discord, we have a giveaways for special planes, and I like to always have. I tried my best to have a giveaway going on that has the Concorde as a prize. Usually my Concorde giveaways, I run them for like a week, like 5 to 7 days, so that way, you know, people have a chance to win it, to join it, I should say. I skipped the 506. Oh jeez. Ain't no way. How long ago was that? That was a minute ago. Okay, thank goodness. Oh well, here's a 214. We might have to do a double check, huh? There's a 506. Thank you, Ultra. I forgot where I was at too. Oops. Guess I'll just look at all of them again. Using the filter would be good now. Yeah, that's true. It would be. But we're at 5 out of 10. We're gonna do that. We're gonna use the filter for the player contracts. I think this is where we left off. But let's go. I'm gonna go back to the game real quick and try and handle a couple planes. So that way we can make sure these planes are still moving while they're in the background. Right, we're at 6 out of 10. We're gonna go back and we're gonna get some handling done. I like to handle the Concords first. I'm gonna like this one's at 9 out of 10. So I'm gonna actually hold off on handling that one, mainly because there's two reasons. One is because I would have to hit a claim button, like, you know, claim rewards when that contract is done. But then also because it's a player contract. When that contract is done, it would reduce my count by 1. Now I think I have a player request in there, so I could, if I do accidentally claim, I could just make it up by accepting somebody else's request. But actually, I'll do that because it's the Concorde. They can get it back, and I can get a request sooner rather than later. So let's do some handling. Quickly. What is this one? Okay, that is fine. That's going to cats. What is this one? Ooh, okay. Look at that, anonymous surfer with a Concorde. So we're going to go ahead and claim this one, and we're going to get that in. Scroll down. Here's another one. We're going to claim that one, and we're going to get this one in. This is the way to go, guys. If you're playing LHR and you have all the stands open and you have a lot of contracts, having them all on the ground, it just makes things. Look at how many planes I'm handling at once, right? I mean, I forgot where we started off, but I'm pretty sure we were in the 400s for planes waiting to arrive, and now we're in the 300s. And yeah, we started off with like 180 planes on the ground, and now we're only at 120. But like, I still have 41 more planes I can handle here at LHR, so that is not bad at all. All right, let's 6 out of 10. Oops, wrong button. We're gonna keep deleting, keep purging these contracts. 58, 4, 10, 20, 106, 10. I'm at the bottom of chat here. 197. $247. 135 is not at the limit. 43. 44. Excuse me. I should have made more coffee when I was out of here. When I was talking to my mom. Yeah, so my mom, she left the house. I'm pretty sure, yeah, she left the house. So now my wife is watching the kids. So I told my wife if she needs me, like if she needs like my help, just text me and I will come on over. So we might have a few more interruptions during this stream, but we're just trying to see what is the total amount of contracts we're gonna get rid of. Is it gonna be? Oh, like, I guess that's another prediction we could have done. I like these by airport predictions better, actually. Oh, because my mom's gone, I think Toby can come down. Look at this, Concorde, 202 days. And like I said this before, like I feel like the Concorde should have a shorter expectation than 180 days. I just don't know what to set that at, and I also don't want it to, like, how to put it, I don't want to set it at a certain time frame just for people to like not handle it. But the thing is, if you win a Concorde from me, I renew that Concorde with you as long as you want me to, you know, and as long as you're handling it. So like I'm trying to make it so it makes sense for you to keep. Oh, look at that, that's a contract with me. That's a contract with me. Oh, how embarrassing. 477 days. Anyways, yeah. With the Concords, I try to make it so that like people don't want to hold it hostage, right? So if you have a contract with me and a Concorde, you're gonna have that Concorde for as long as you want, essentially, as long as you keep handling it. Now, I don't typically change the airport the Concorde goes to, so yeah, that's gonna be the biggest limiting factor. But Yeah, keep handling the Concorde. I'll pay the 1 million large maintenance fee, so that way you can keep handling it, you know? All I want is for it to just keep coming back. Could you believe I had a contract with myself there that was at like 400 days? I do not play San Diego on Phat Airlines anymore. He's gonna miss the 338. Did I miss it though? Luckily, no. Okay, good. What was the last time we saw Toby? Felt like last year. Well, yeah, because it probably was like 2 years ago, maybe something like that. Because once my son was born, that's when my mom started to help babysit on the weekends, right? And yeah, we could. I mean, we could have trained. Oh, that's the tough part is like I could spend time training Toby to be like better with my mom, but then that would also take away time from like me doing the stream. And for me, it's like that's just not. It wasn't a priority. Something that I really wanted to spend a lot of time, you know, doing. Which I guess it could have made sense for me to just spend the time to do like, you know, a couple of stream days, cancel a couple streams and get that done. But I just didn't do it. All right, where are we at? We're at 10 out of 10. We complete. Did we skip 9 out of 10? Oh, that's weird. Why is this 10 out of 10 and then we're 9 out of 10? Oh well. All right, we're at 9 out of 10. We're almost done here. And you know what? The 839, all 0 of you are still in the running. You're still in the running. This one pains me too. It's at 9 out of 10. It's a con. All right, are we back? Are we back? There we go. That's looking good. Yes, on YouTube. Nice. We looking on Twitch. Do I need to disconnect and reconnect on Twitch? Maybe I don't. Oh, we're back on Twitch. Where's my music? We're back. We're back. Tell people to refresh on Twitch. Hammy is first again. Twice in a row. What happened? There was a power surge in my house, but somehow my computer stayed on. I think it's because my computer's on a good surge protector. But there was a power surge at my house. So like my router got disconnected. You know, my internet. I went into the living room and everything got disconnected. We lost internet, and then my router tried to reconnect, but obviously the main house's router was disconnected, so it couldn't connect to the internet. But I also have a Starlink, which is my backup router or my backup internet, but my Starlink is on the standby mode, which is like low speed internet, which was not fast enough to stream on. So it was saying I was connected, and I think I was streaming for a little bit again on YouTube, but then then my actual home router kicked back in, and now we're here. But that was really weird. I mean, all of it is recorded because my OBS was still my computer is still streaming, or still recording everything, is still streaming everything. So that was really interesting. Oh, I guess we got to upgrade here. Yo, Hammy with the 42 months. What exactly happened? It was just a power surge at the house, it looks like. Yep, a power surge, which knocked out the router and therefore the internet. Knocked out a couple other things in the house too, but not my computer. My computer stayed on, which is cool. So where did we leave off? We were on my fleet. This is where filtering would have been great. I'm pretty sure we were at like 6 out of 10. Come on, come on. This is such a tiny button. Were we at 6 out of 10 or were we further? Let's review the tape. Review the tape. Full screen. Oh, I was at 9 out of 10. Heck yeah. Let's go. Sorry. I tried to remember because I heard like all of a sudden my walking pad, it just beeped. It went beep. And I'm like, what the heck? And then I lost internet. It was like the beep of death. But yeah, alright, cool. I'm back. We're good. Let's see here. Double stream, yeah. Go to the last cancel contract. No, that won't work, Ultra, because my game restarted because it had no internet connection. So all those canceled contracts are now also at the at the back of the pack. But here it is. We're at what is it? 296. Oops, wrong button again. 296 with Marcos. We're gonna cancel that contract. Where is my music? Oh. Are we in a new playlist? Alright, very cool. Yeah, that's exactly why we needed to use our filters. Sorry, lagging again. Might be you? I don't know. Alright. Mel Go or me Hi Go said, may I ask for planes for SCL? Yeah, man. Right now, though, we're not really sending contracts. We are really mainly deleting contracts today. Create a post on the Phat Airlines Discord, and we will. That's where we're gonna go when we have planes ready to send. Which we're gonna have a lot of planes today. We started here at LHR with 1,969 contracts, and we're down to 1,877 contracts. Your predictions, by the way, are all still there. They're still there. You did not waste any of your coins. They are still there, still ready for you to win or to lose. So let's where's my music? I gotta close iTunes and open it back. We're gonna keep going. Almost done here with my fleet. And then we got the massive everybody else. Somebody was asking why I have so many of specific planes. So a lot of these planes that I have like so many of are because of my email contracts. If you sign up on phatirlines.com, I have an email list, and on my email list I send I send out an email that tells you, hey, I have a B744, this is actually a contract I did. I have a B744 that can go to certain airports, right? So I list out all the airports it can go to, and all you have to do is reply back to that email. And when you reply back to that email, you include your username and which of the compatible or which ones of the listed airports am I sending that airplane to. And what happens is I buy that airplane for you, I land that airplane for you, and I send that airplane right to you. So that's why I have a lot of like the same plane, and you'll see it like over and over again, because I'm doing these email contracts where a bunch of people are requesting these planes, and every single person that requests it will get that plane. And because the email itself has like one featured plane, it's only one plane that I'm buying, only one featured livery. So it's all the same livery, but it helps me keep track of which plane, or yeah, which plane was redeemed on which contract, you know, or which email. All right, here we go. I think we're almost done. We're almost there. But we do have to start handling some planes very soon. Here's another Concorde, 321 days, and this one's at 10 out of 10. See, like, this is the kind of like thing I wanted to avoid, because like this is why I renew contracts with my Concorde, because like this person was probably holding on to it because they didn't know that they were going to get it back. So now they just want to have, like, you know, a Thephatrican Concorde at their airport, but unfortunately now they don't have one. All right, 159 is not 180, so we're gonna keep going. And there we go. There we go. Look at all those pending contracts. We got Tony Airways, and we got, okay, good. We got a few pending contracts here, so we can claim that one, and we can claim this one. All right, claim this one, and we can claim. Oh, this one's been waiting for 37 minutes, so we'll do that one. What's my timers look like on Oof? Alright, we'll start scheduling some of these planes. Look at my radar though. Let's see. Crazy. So many planes heading out. And we still have 405 planes left to land. Only 86 on the ground now, and 31 that are on its way to departing. Alright. Assigning a contract right now. Why does this sound delayed? Is the sound delayed this entire time? That's not good. What was the prediction tiers? So let me pull them back up. So 1839 plus was the one that nobody voted for. Right, so that's where we're still in the running for that, but I highly doubt at this point that we're gonna get there, because we already removed. We started at 1969, so now we're down to 1862. So we already removed like 100 slots, or 100 contracts. So that's really great for me, because that way I could like send out more contracts to more people again. And of course, that's bound to happen when you have like almost 2,000 contracts. But now we're at 1862. That tier was 1839 plus. The next tier was 1714 to 1838. So we'll see if we get rid of another 150 contracts or more, right? Because in order to get from 1862 minus 1714. We need 148 contracts to get canceled for 93% of you to win. 93% of you went to the less than 1714. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to take Mercurial Justice advice. Thank you for the advice. Sorry I didn't see your message before, so I didn't implement it. But what we're going to do is we're going to do it in tiers. We're going to start with passenger airplanes, and then we're going to start with the B planes. Then we're going to go down to C, D, E, F, and G. I guess no passenger G planes, right? We're going to take it down in tiers, so that way we can kind of keep ourselves organized. That way if the game crashes, or as we go back and handle planes, we can easily figure out where we left off. And that's why we're not also, like he said, it's also better for the RAM, where it shouldn't stutter as much. So we're gonna go ahead and begin this. Aryan said, I'm willing the need of seaplanes at my IAD. Nice. Send some planes to Meek Raven of Bronze Realm. Yeah, it still feels like I feel bad still canceling contracts. The only like I guess part that makes me feel not as bad. Oh, I should also turn. Let's back here. Player planes only. We don't need to look at British Airways. Man, it still feels bad. The only thing that makes me feel less bad is that like I picked such a long time frame, 180 days, that like it's like all right, you're probably not coming back, right? Or coming back to that airport. And if you do, you're not even going to notice that. Well, you'll notice that there's some planes that are not assigned to people, but you're not going to remember who. Well, maybe if I was their only contract partner, like you're not going to remember who it was contracted with. You're not going to remember how far along that contract was at. Like you're not going to remember that, oh, we were at 9 out of 10. Most people aren't going to remember, I should say. Some people might have like this really great memory, but most people aren't going to remember that their contract was like close to completion. And if they did, that's still on them for not playing in 6 months, you know? Ultra, appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the advice. Same thing, Mercurial Justice. Thanks for the advice, man. Especially in an airport like this where it's like desperately needed. And this is just the B planes. But I feel like the B and C planes is where we're going to see the most. Because we got a lot of planes from Bari and a lot of planes from Innsbruck, which are two airports that like people completely move on from once they unlock the next airport, right? Even though I still tell people, and I still need to level up. I still need to finish leveling up Innsbruck and Bari myself. I tell people though, you should go back to Innsbruck and Bari. That way you can get some of those extra levels. You get more handling crew. You get more silver planes. You get more wallers. Just finish all those extra levels that are at the end there. That way you can get some of those rewards. Especially if you have the premium pass. You already paid for the premium pass. Might as well get the rest of the rewards that are available to you. Especially since some of those rewards are airplanes you could use at any airport, right? So could be helpful. But like I think that advice really works when you're like only at Prague. But once you start to unlock a ton of more like all the other airports, then there's less of a need to really go back to like Innsbruck and Bari for those rewards. It's like not as important, I guess. Alright, so all 0% of you who voted for 1839 plus, everybody was correct. It is not that amount. So, because we are at 1825 now, so now you guys are hoping that we drop under 1714, except for a few of you guys. And actually, it's not necessarily 93%. It's just 93% of the money of the fat coins are in that 1714 bucket. So we got here 212. All right, that one's canceling. Excellent. All right, and that's the B planes. Now, Ultra said check the A planes. There's no A contracts for passenger planes. So now we're at C planes. Before we get to C planes, let's go ahead and check over here. We're going to get Cats their plane back, and we're going to accept the contract over here. What else we got? We got this A388. We're going to claim this, and we're going to accept this contract here. This is great. This is great. All right. How are we looking over here? We got planes crossing the runway. We got planes landing on the runway. And we're starting to get a pretty big queue over here. It's not causing any blockages, so that's good. Alright, we're going to go now we'll go to the seaplanes. Passenger seaplanes player only. Excellent. Let's find out. Let's start canceling. Let's start purging. Lat is gone. Sorry, man. Catalan. Dietary barbarian. Let me stop calling people out. Nah. Got floating bird. Eight out of 10. That stinks, man. Still feels bad when it's like such a high contract. Now, there might be a lot of new other like I wonder what happens in like a couple of weeks or a couple of months, right? Especially like at Innsbruck, right? Because a lot of these, I wonder how many of these players are going to come back once there's a World at Airports update and play a little bit of Innsbruck because Innsbruck got an update, right? Is that something that they would do? Is that something you guys do? Like we'll do? Like I know I'm gonna play Innsbruck when that update comes out with the upgraded airport, right? So I wonder how many of these players are gonna come back and they're gonna have so many contracts that are just so many of their fleet planes that are just unassigned at the airport and be so confused. Here's another painful one. 9 out of 10. That just needed one more handling, man. One more handling. I mean, luckily, I don't need the silver planes, right? I don't need XP either, so I don't know why it pains me. I just like, I don't know, I'm thinking about the other player too. It's like, man, we could have made it and then canceled it. They could, like, the cool thing is we both get silver planes and we both get XP if needed, right? So that's the great part about this, about contracts. All right, where are we at? 1798. Wow. Alright, looks like we might get, it sounds like we're going to get to 1714, but I do believe that the C and B planes are probably going to have the biggest bucket of removals compared to the D, E, F, you know? Because I think the C and the B and C planes, you're going to have a lot of planes coming from Innsbruck, Bari, maybe even Prague, which are airports that a lot of people end up kind of forgetting about or skipping. Like they don't play it again after they unlock the later airports, especially once they unlock IAD. IAD tends to take over for a lot of people. I mean, that's IAD was the first airport that I built my fleet at. And it was a great airport for me. Still is. I play that airport every single day still. I missed the E170. Dang. If only I could search. At least you gave me the name, so that helps. Hope it's not too far back. How long ago was that? Oh, 2 minutes ago. Okay. Right, yeah, 2 or 3 minutes ago. I need to grab my water soon. 10 days, 3 days, 0 minutes. I missed it again? Oh, this is in alphabetical order, right? What am I doing? I'm looking at like as if it's just my fleet menu. You know what happens? It's like when I look at spreadsheets all day. Like my eyes just gloss over some of the stuff. You know what? That's right. We got to get back into gaming for a second. All right, we got Discover Airlines. Do I have a pending contract here? I do. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to accept that, and we're going to cancel this. What is this one? Oh, nice. It's a renewal. Okay, back to active. All right, letter Q. I got you. Now, yeah. See, the thing is, the fleet, your own fleet menu is organized by yeah. There we go. Thank you, man. Yeah, your own fleet menu is organized by how do I word it? It is organized by how far in the contract it's completed, right? So like your zeros are in the front and your tens are at the back, but the contract menu, the active contract menu, is organized by player name. And for some reason, I thought I mixed it both up. I mixed them up, and I was like, oh, I wish I knew what how far it was in the contract. Not, completely forgetting that we are in the fleet menu. So the letter Q was all I needed to know. So I am just so silly, so silly. Did he notice it getting warmer? But no, I know, right? But what oh, he's talking to Ultra. So Ultra's probably talking about mercurial stuff too. Okay, good. 184. That's it. Just made it. All right. We're at letter C. Now we're at size D. I want to start in the beginning though. I want to work from left to right. Where are we at? 782. 782, 781. Look, this one needs to get hearted too. Ready to land. 248. That's it. I am pretty excited though that I'm getting so much contract capacity here, because this is gonna it's gonna make my airport busy again, but I want that. I want to play with people who are playing the game. Not that like I don't care how often you do or don't play the game. I just want 6 months. 6 months, please. 6 months is more than enough. At that point, you probably forgot about the game. Whew. We got more of this guy. And it's another reason though why I also am very cautious about accepting multiple contracts from the same player, because like if that one player cancels that airport or quits the game, so if that one player quits the airport or quits the game, then all of a sudden you have a bunch of contracts that are just no longer of any use to you. So that's why I try to tell people like, hey, you could send me a few contracts, but like send a few other people contracts. It's like, what if I stop playing? But also, I don't want 100% of your planes, because when you stop playing, I just stop having active planes. And that's not what I want. I want to have active planes. I want to have active players coming in. I want to play with people who are playing the game. So yeah, here we go. We're at 757 now. Let's see. I missed the E-170 plane, Wonton. Alright, we can go there right now, actually. How'd you notice that? That's crazy. That's awesome. Thank you, man. I would have been so ashamed at myself You know, 8 months from now when I'm doing my next stream and be like, why does this person have like 600 days? Like the that's the thing with my next purge stream. We shouldn't have anybody who's like over like 300 days, you know? So that's going to be the cool part. Yeah, this airport though is the one I want to be really particular. Oh, look at that, Ghost Dad, almost cancelable, whatever. Actually, so I guess there will be a few that are over 300 days on my next stream. Like if that one's at 170 days, and then we don't do the next purge stream for another like 8 or 9 months, then that one will be at like over a year. So shouldn't be over 400 days, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like the E-planes are a lot fewer to cancel than the B and C planes. So it sounds, maybe I'm jinxing myself here, but I think that was my guess. My theory might have been spot on. But also some of these players are just the same players that I also had that also sent me B and C planes. So it's like not. They sent me planes of all sizes, therefore they quit the game, and now their entire account is gone from my contracts. 48 days, 5 days, 10 days, 127, 109, 5 days. All right, let me check my tower managers real quick. All right, we're good. I'm gonna add 10 minutes there. We got to go to contract menu. 262 days. Oh, yeah. I got it. Yep. My bad. See, for some reason I got it when you said B plane, but when you said E170, it didn't click. Even though I know E170 is a B plane, I'm having a slow day. I mean, I did go to bed at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and then it was a rough night because like my daughter. I don't know. She was very uncomfortable in the bed, like the entire night. Like when she slept, like she would sleep, but every time she woke up because she was hungry, it was time for feeding. She just did not want to go back to sleep, or she just wasn't comfortable. And we tried like different positions, and it was just a long night. But I did have my decaf coffee though, so that's really good. And now I got my water. Should have made more coffee. That's what I should have done. I missed letter B through F and E category planes. Did I? I'll go back there in a second. How did I miss the whole entire letters? Am I going too fast? Is that what Ultra's saying? Slow down. Oh, we're almost at 7:14, so it looks like I completely botched the predictions. The prediction tiers, I completely botched them. Next time, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a sneak peek, and I'm going to make predictions so that way they're a little bit closer, or a little bit. I don't know how to word it, but that way they're not as obvious, or they're a little bit harder to kind of guess. I don't know. I had no idea what to base these predictions off of. It was just like, all right, maybe we're gonna get rid of 100 contracts, but like we're at 718 already. And we're definitely going to have more than 4 contracts here. So we are pretty much going to be in the clear shortly. Like that means we the only way you guys don't win is if we have no cargo planes that need cancellation, which is like if Leipzig showed us anything, we're gonna have some cargo planes that need cancellation. And even then, I mean, also no F planes that need cancellation, and we're pretty close. But then I also apparently missed the entire B, entire letter, like entire multiple letters. So I'm back at A. We're gonna go through B through F again. Just redo A through F planes. Redo them all. Yeah, here Blatt. How did I miss? I'm pretty sure. I feel like. What happened that I missed Blatt? I don't know. I feel like I remember seeing their name. But yeah, good looks, guys. Good looks. Appreciate it. Dolphin is good. Dolphin sends planes every day. Even though it looks like some of their planes haven't come in a few days. Emperor Air, I see their planes every day too. Oh, here's a A388. Sad. I feel like I canceled that one, man. What happened? Or maybe I canceled him on the D plane. Oh, that's 159. Okay, that's not. Alright, Foul Deer, France, Japan. Frenchie. Full toast. Alright, now we're at G. I think we're good now. G is for good. You didn't completely botch it, only the very upper one. You went to B category and then came back and went to F. Oh! Gotcha. That makes sense. Thank you, man. I completely would have, like, I noticed it when I went, like, from D to E, right? And how it started me somewhere else. But for some reason, I didn't notice when I switched to B. So, good looks. Thank you, guys. Alright, what is next here? Time to handle. And this is what I was talking about, like, having way too much handling crew. Like, even though I still have a bunch of, like, E and F planes on the ground, at this point, because, like, all, like, more than half of my stands are empty now, the handling crew I have is just, like, way too much for what I need it for. Alright, we got Yoda with an A388. Let's go ahead and accept that, and we're going to send Sammy their plane back. Alright, let's go to F planes now. F planes are starting at the left, and yeah, you guys who 93% of the votes went to less than 714, and you guys were right. I'll give you guys your points eventually. Amazing, man. I'm kind of amazed. Like, I'm not surprised, but I'm still amazed at, like, how much contract capacity we're opening up here. And I'm super excited too, because, like, that's gonna allow me to just, like, play with more people and, like, do more, like, email contracts and stuff like that. You know, like, some of these planes I might end up selling, but I might just do giveaways as well. But, like, in this airport, I have 29 million wallers, right? So I don't really need to sell any airplanes, but, like, I can do, well, wow, I have 322 free slots. I can do, like, a D plane giveaway, or maybe an E plane giveaway on email now, which is exciting. Because I have 29 million wallers, and, like, what else are you gonna spend your wallers on, right? You really don't have much. You're just gonna spend it on airplanes. So that's what I'm gonna spend it on. But the funny part is, because you spend it on airplanes, and fleet planes make you the most money. It's really easy once I start giving away a bunch of, like, D and E planes to get that money back. Like, I think how put it. I forget how long ago it was where I did a 7, I think I did a 744, but that was expensive. And it's like, man, I'm like, I was literally, I'm never gonna financially recover from this, and I did. Now I'm at 29 million. It becomes it just, at first it's tough because like you're like, where did all my money go? And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, what am I gonna spend this on again? But now I got the contract capacity to like to send more contracts, to buy more planes. So that's super exciting for me, because I love sending players contracts. Wow. All right. That's all of the passenger planes. Let's take a look here. Let's handle some planes. And we'll go now to cargo planes. No A cargo planes, and now we're at B cargo planes. And we got a few already. That's amazing. All right, there's a few that are like in the hundreds, but not a lot that were at 180 plus. And we're seeing a lot of like the same names is what I'm recognizing when I'm going through this airport. A lot of the same names, which makes sense because you're not just, sometimes they're not just sending me one plane. They're sending me their fleet because they know I'm playing LHR every single day, so they know I'm like a reliable partner, right? So they're gonna send me a cargo plane. They're gonna send me a passenger plane. They're gonna send me a large plane and a small plane, so that way they can make some progress. Things for me though, when I have to cancel it, or if I'm trying to like level up the airport or something. Dan said, why I'm not VIP on Discord when I'm a basic member on YouTube, and I've linked my YouTube to Discord. You should be able to, I'll take a look at your profile and see if it's linked, if you have the category there. But if your Google account is linked to your Discord account, it should automatically happen. Same thing with Twitch. If you link your Twitch account and you are a Twitch subscriber, if you link your Twitch account to Discord, you will gain access to the VIP channels. But send me a DM on Discord, and I will take a look after the stream. Eventually after the stream. I can't promise like immediately, but yeah, I appreciate the support, man. So I'll make sure. I'm not gonna manually add it in because that's not how I do it. But I'll just keep an eye on your account to see when that tag gets added, and if not, then I'll also send you the directions to like relink it, so that way you can get access. So many contracts canceled. I can't wait to see where we're at, like with my total contract capacity at the end of this. I mean, I could see kind of right now almost 400. And we're actually almost at the end of this, so that's good. Here's another one. The last one. Any G planes? No G planes. Awesome. Yeah, only 4 F planes, guys. I guess because you can only send from I-80 and Muscat, and E planes. I guess I don't want to get too many cargo planes at LHR. But all right, where we're at. This is where we're at. We started with 1,969 contracts, and we're ending with 1,658 contracts. I have 361 slots available right now, which is super exciting for me. You're gonna see a bunch of new giveaways happening. You're gonna see you're gonna see email contracts coming out now, because now I have the capacity. I'm able to do it, so I'm excited about that. And just so you guys know, that's a total of 311 planes. 311 planes purged from my LHR. 311 divided by 1969. That's 16, almost 16% of my contracts were purged. All right. That was a good time here at LHR. And we will go on to the next airport. Why I have only player contracts? I'm filtering my contracts by players because when you have non-player contracts, they're gonna show like the event plans. They're gonna show the non-player airlines, right? So those contracts I'm not canceling. What I do with those contracts is I handle the plane, and then I cancel it. But I prefer doing player contracts. I have 2 contract requests here. I prefer doing player contracts because I want to play with other people. Plus, I like having the tier 10 rewards right off the bat. Not the only time, but the main time that I use non-player contracts is when I'm leveling up an airport. Or so for example, Hong Kong right now, I'm max level, but I still have non-player contracts there. So that way I could also get XP for when they add the next airport to the game. So, because when they add another airport to the game, they add another level to the airport, or sometimes more than one level. So I want to have some planes that I can quickly use to get me my XP needed, so I can get the next airport for free. So, all right, we're here at Sydney now. Sydney has 152 contracts, not a lot. So we're just gonna jump into it. And go from, actually, before we jump into it, let's claim my rewards. Let's clear out the airport as much as I can. That needs to land. This is, okay, ready for claiming. No player planes ready for claiming. Guess that makes sense. I think yesterday or the day before, I did put the tower managers on for an hour here at Sydney, so that way I can have my stands nice and full. That's one of the strategies I love doing. I love, just turning on the game, turning on an airport and letting the tower managers run, so that way there could be a bunch of planes in the stands. You see, like, almost every stand here is occupied. Almost. Let's begin handling. All right, where are we at? Let's see. This one that needs rewards. All right. Excellent. All right, cool. So here we're at 151. Oh, thank you. Oh, you can't. That's interesting. I didn't know that mods couldn't do the prediction if they participated. That's interesting. I guess that's fair. Very interesting. So see you later, Aviation Ace. Thanks for hopping in. Harry's Mike. Yeah, Mike needs to be a mod on Twitch too. I just haven't added him. I could probably do it now too. Alright, let's see here. Do you have any B789 connections to MSY from Sid? Probably, I don't know. Actually, is that like a kind of far distance? Anyways, let me track here what we are at for Sydney. So at Sydney, we are at 151 contracts, and let's see where we finish. So we're just gonna do this without filtering because it's not like a huge list. Sydney is not an airport I play often. I don't play frequently. Mainly because it wasn't, well, even though it's a 2-runway airport, it doesn't feel like a 2-runway airport because so many of the planes land and depart at that main runway that, yeah, it just simply doesn't feel like a 2-runway airport. Like I'm always backed up over here, and then we always have, like, I have a bunch of planes that's like, when all these larger planes are ready to take off, there's just such a huge backlog over here that it just kind of backs everything up. I mean, when they updated Sydney, so now we have a few more like E stands and a few more D stands as well. That was really nice and helpful, but still, it didn't fix the runway problem that I'm having. I mean, I should have handled these larger planes on this side of the runway first, because then they depart from this runway over here, which is better for just airport management. But ultimately, I'm only going to be here for like a few minutes, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, let's turn on other player planes only, and we're going to go here and cancel any contracts over 180 days without handling. And again, like a lot of the same players I'm seeing here, which then I'm not paying attention to like what airport that player isn't sending me from. But if I'm seeing that same player over and over again, it's getting me to think that they are potentially, they quit the game, not just the one airport, but maybe the entire game. The game is uninstalled or something, Especially like some of them were like Neon Engineer, I think was or is a VIP, right? So makes me sad to see like their contracts, being canceled and no longer being active. But here we are. That is it for Sydney. So 151 minus 137 is 151 minus 137 is 14 contracts. Nice and quick. Next up is BKK, I think, right? So let's see here. We got those done. This. I do start planes even before, like right before I'm leaving, so that way when I come back, those planes are being handled. I missed E plane. LHR. Oh Jesus. But not here, right? Like, okay, LHR. I believe I could completely believe that. You know what also happened at LHR when I noticed when I was canceling contracts, like the cards were like kind of moving kind of funky. It could be like you said, a RAM thing, but let's go to E planes here. E planes, and it's FK. Oh, FK. Oh, there it is. Alright, update for LHR. Now we're at 1657, and that's 312 planes. Awesome. What else? Anything else? Nice. Thanks, bro. Yeah, it was a clear winner, so that's good. And it's like once the prediction's done, though, it's not like I can undo the prediction. Like Twitch gives so many warnings right before the prediction. Like there's so many things I have to click to get the prediction complete. Are we at BKK? We're at BKK. Awesome. So same thing here. We're gonna activate the tire managers for like 2 hours or 20 minutes, and let's handle. I'll handle the Hong Kong planes and the Concords first, and then we'll purge out the contracts. Oh, it's 337. This is like my longest stream ever. No, I had longer streams for like beta or preview streams. But like, it's very rare in a stream that I go through every single airport, and we're still not through every single airport, but we are almost there. So let's go to how many contracts we have here? 531. Do we want to do a prediction here? We did a prediction for Leipzig and Muscat, right? So we could probably do one for BKK. Any pending contract requests? We do. Nice. Right, do we have any contracts that are ready to leave? There's one. Oh, that's not leaving. All right, let's start a prediction. All right, I put in the Twitch chat what the results were for the previous airports, so that way you guys can like make educated decisions based on what we've seen already. But like you know, what I'm gonna read is like Prague had 338 contracts and we removed 46. You know, IAD had 1,050 contracts and we removed 97. Muscat had 427 contracts and we removed 51. And Leipzig had 470 contracts and we removed 92. So we're gonna do here. Let's see. I'm gonna do some tiers here. Ready? We got 537 minus 50, so 487 plus. 487 plus. We're gonna do minus another 50. 430. Almost typoed that badly. That could have been bad. 5-minute prediction. Oh yeah, it does say mods who have voted will not be able to choose the outcome. That's cool. Keep voting, mods. That's fine. I'm cool with that. All right. So the options you have for this prediction is 487 plus. What that means is 50 contracts or fewer are going to get purged. Then we have 437 to 486. What that means is anywhere from 50 to 100 contracts are going to get purged, right? And then you have less than 436, which means more than 100 contracts are going to get purged. All right, so you guys have like 4 minutes now to pick an option. I have the time managers on, right? Yep. I'm going to not assign, but I'm going to handle these planes, get them out of here, so that way when we get into the menus, they are being handled, they're being worked on, and they can push back and they can go to the airport they need to return to. $25, $50, $75 cancellation sections. I was thinking about that, but given that Prague had 46, I figured 50 was a good amount for BKK, like for the first tier. And then looking at Leipzig with almost 100, and also fewer contracts, I was like, maybe 100 could be like the maximum amount kind of thing. But then if you also look at like at IAD which also had like twice as many contracts as Leipzig, it still almost had like only had 5 more contracts purged out than 5 more contracts than Leipzig. So that was kind of surprising. You know, that's the hard part about coming up with these prediction tiers. Like, I don't know what is fair, what's going to actually happen. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But it looks like most of you guys, or most of the points, are put in to 437 to 486. There's 2 minutes remaining, so I'm not going to get started on the purge just yet. But we will get started maybe when there's like 1 minute left. I got a lot of planes, and I didn't even look at like to see how many planes we have on the ground, right? So if we have 537 contracts and we have 67 waiting to land, 108 on the ground, so that's like 175, a little bit that's active. You know, those are active planes that like essentially not gonna happen. And I mean, those do contain some non-player planes as well. All right, I'm gonna get started on selecting or purging these contracts. We're gonna start with my fleet, and we're gonna quickly scroll through. Yeah, this scroll bar is not as long as I don't think anything's gonna be as long as LHR was, but we're gonna go ahead and begin to purge. $274, 382, 376, 215, 381, 185. That's like that's another close one, but it hits the limit. That's what we're looking for. That's a lot more of my own fleet planes than I expected to see. And I know these 738s, they were a contract that I gave away on an email. So this was an email contract. And granted, we're always going to see more email contracts in here than anything else, because all you got to do is sign up on phatAirlines.com, reply once, and accept the contract, and then that contract is yours, right? So, and everybody who replies back gets the contract. So it's not like it's I'm not gatekeeping anything. And we get like hundreds of replies for those emails. So I am not surprised, and you never know what the other person's activity level is. Sometimes they're super active, sometimes sometimes they just quit the game. And that's why I really appreciate that World of Airports added how long it's been at the other person's airport, because that makes it so I can just freely give everybody an airplane and not have to worry about my contract capacity too much, because I can do something like this, like where I'm looking through the contracts that I have and getting rid of the ones that are they're just inactive. Really, really cool. Probably has to now after doing this, it's probably gonna be one of my top updates from World of Airports, because we opened how many spots we opened up at LHR? 312 spots opened up at LHR. That's crazy. Ultra, good night, bro. 29 more to win. Nice. And that's what now we got to go into the fleet, or not fleet, into the BC. All right, we're gonna go by sizes in this case, so that way we can keep things running smoothly. Oh, and let's turn off the player planes, or non-player planes. All right, let's see. I don't think we need to go to Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong hasn't even been out for 6 months, so we don't have to go to Hong Kong. But after BKK is what, MSY? MSY, then we have GRU, and then SCL. SCL I think we have to go to. Alright, none of these B planes. Wow. 0. Alright, we're gonna go in the beginning here. 377. 376. 76. $250. I'm gonna mute the game sounds. Now it's like more delayed than it was before. Thought I fixed that, but I guess not. Let me do a drop too. My drop not going? What? Oh, there it goes. Oh, I think I'm gonna land. By the way, for you guys on YouTube, on Twitch, we have these things called parachute drops. So like you can drop like an emoji on the screen. You see it like happening on the screen, and there's like a landing pad. It's pretty cool. And you can just type in !drop in the Twitch chat, with followed by the emoji, and it'll appear on screen. You know, when I do my videos and stuff too, I take the Twitch video version of it, even though it has like these drops happening and all this like other distractions. I do it so that way, like when you guys like when there's like a portion that I might be doing like a YouTube stream or a YouTube video for, and I'm doing it on stream, I encourage you guys to like do drops and stuff, because that way maybe you'll be able to see yourself, your name showing up on the video itself. And I think that's pretty cool. I gotta figure out what's for dinner too. It's almost dinner time. That's crazy. I never had this long of a stream. Alright, we're gonna start from the right and work our way to the left. $395, $320, $395. Ooh, 176. That is pretty close, but not 180 plus. 260. 263. Oh, that one's at 9 out of 10. 271. Hey, E-plane. A lot of E-planes here at BKK. BKK is really great airport for like those larger planes too. Especially like with the addition of Sydney, or not, sorry, not Sydney, but I guess Sydney's pretty cool, but like having CNN and HKG really kind of also helped improve at least my experience at BKK. You know, because now my smaller planes, my seaplanes, they can be useful, you know, to CNN or to HKG. Whereas like before those two airports existed, the seaplanes really didn't have much. Not all of them could go places. Like I enjoy player contracts, right? So that's what I want to I focus on when I talk about destinations. Like every airport you can utilize, you know, a B plane or an A plane. There's gonna be airports that can go, or yeah, airports that your airplane can go to. But for me, I like playing with other players, so it's all about making sure my planes can go to playable airports. Alright, 2 more to go before we're in the next category. I think we should get there. I mean, we still got cargo planes and we still have F planes to go. But I totally missed the whole category here. I'm like zoning out. We got Begs Boy. So yeah, we definitely are now in the next category for option 2. So the 2 of you guys who voted on option 1, so sorry for your loss. And everybody else says thank you for your donation, you know. Alright, that's E planes, and now we start from the right to left for F planes. We got Begs Boy again. Redo C planes, I missed 2. Okay, I'll be right there. Thank you, bro. There's 1 right there. 7 C planes. Yeah, here's 344. I wonder if I get messed up after I cancel one and like everything shifts over. I wonder why, like, I wonder what's messing me up. There's got to be something that's messing me up. I feel like I'm reading these numbers. I feel like I'm reading them, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just skimming through. Yeah, I remember this one. 176. Kind of close. I can't cancel it yet. $32. Yeah, it's like Mercurial Justice is. Yeah, he does have really good eyes. All right, cool. And we did F, right? Yeah, we did F. No G planes. No G planes. So there we go. Where are we at? We're at 480. And I did all my fleet. I did all of these planes. Not as bad as it could have been. So hold on. Let's see here. Let's do the math. Let me write this down too. BKK. We started at 537. We end at 480. That's 57 contracts. That's not too bad. But now we get... This is actually like one of our closer votes too. But we have 480 here. Let's see. You canceled everything after that. Good. He's an OG. Yes, I finally won. Bro did not do cargo. Okay, let's double check cargo. I did not do cargo. You're right, right? Let's see. D 34 176 21 23 14 11 4 86 47 like I didn't need to do cargo. All right, maybe I already did it. No, I think I didn't filter anything. I didn't filter by passengers or cargo. I think I did everything all at once for that one. But I filtered by plane size. So yeah, 480 is where we landed here. So not bad. There's not a lot of cargo planes here at BKK. I do kind of sometimes wish I had a little bit more, because like I always try to make sure we're getting the cargo planes handled and out of here, because like when it comes to cargo planes, you don't have a lot of stands, so I always prioritize the handling crew on the cargo planes that are there. Like you see me doing it right now. I go through the cargo stands, click on them individually, whoops, and then assign them all the handling crew, and then I go to favorited planes, which is right there, and then I go to some of the other planes. I also try to make sure I'm like getting planes over here, because on this side over here, because what ends up happening here is you sometimes get a big backup, and I've had a backup like really bad, because I think some of these planes also take this runway. I have some backups really bad where planes just had a hard time getting to their stand, and that's one thing I don't want. I want planes to get to their stand so that way I can use my handling crew on them as soon as I have crew available. So it's time to switch airports. We're gonna go to the next one. I'm gonna pick the winner. We have 480. I'm not sure. 437 to 486 is the correct outcome. That is correct. Let's go. Fourth time in a row, small plane. Nice, man. You are good at this game. Good at this prediction game. So BKK is done. 8.6K go to Mercurial Justice and 10 others. Nice. Good guessing, man. Good guess. All right, what do we got here? After BKK is black screen. Mike bet 200 and got 300. That was like the most evenly like spread bet so far. All right, we got MSY up next. We're gonna go through MSY quickly because MSY is not an airport I play often either. It's probably like the same playtime as like Prague, for example. And this one is more because of like I have it's like San Diego in a way too, where I have just way too many DEF size planes, but not enough stands to like handle them. And then with the whole blocking stands and stuff like that, and me not being able to edit stands while planes are occupying them, it just makes it like a big hassle. I don't want to have an empty airport, and I don't want to have to pause the departure manager and then manually assign a bunch of planes. So I just kind of just avoid playing this airport. But we're playing it now. We're going to log. Let's accept contracts. No contracts. It's fine. Let's accept these contracts. We're at 300. MSY. We're at 300, and let's go on my fleet, and we're gonna go real quick. Here's one right here, a 744. What is this? E170. Another E170. I think the E170s might have been like just a Discord giveaway. I don't think I would have done. I don't think I did an email giveaway for E170s. I don't think so. $176. That's close. I always like it's like, man, why is the cutoff 180? Why not 176? Right? It's like that's always how these things work. It's like, why is it like one day later now you're eligible to be canceled, but the day before you weren't? It's all arbitrary, right? I just randomly pick a number. And it's like, okay, we're going with this. All these planes ready to land. None of them are landing. There we go. We got a bunch of planes ready for assigning contracts. Yo, my dog. My dog. Thank you for the follow. Alright. We're not going to claim that reward just yet. And we're going to go through here. Oh, we got quite a few here, huh? We'll start with F planes. F planes, nothing. Let's stick with player planes too. We got Defoe invading. And there's two different call signs too. That's cool. Oh, 452. That's from the developer. You know, granted, the developer is probably not playing World of Airports because they have to develop the game and they have their own developer environment that they have to test the game on, you know. So of course they're not going to be playing as much the main game as like someone like you or people like you and me, you know. All right, seaplane time now. 245 right here. That one was hearted too because it was at 8 out of 10, you know. This one's hearted because it's at 7 out of 10. And that means I must have, like, usually I only heart those planes when I'm leveling up the airport, right? When I'm max level, I stop harding the planes that are at 7 out of 10 or higher. Like this one is not hearted, right? So like they must have, I mean, granted, that's why it's over 180 days ago, but they must have stopped a while ago. 175, 176, 175, 448, 446. And now finally B planes. Oh, that was the sound for drops. Excuse me. Ready to land at MSY. Ready to land. 97 days. 269. Bye-bye. 296. You're out of here. 435. And no A planes. Alright. Fantastic. That was a quick one. I like the quick ones. I like the long ones too, but it's nice to have some quick ones. So we started at 300. We ended up at 269, and that's 31 contracts purged. Now I can clear the rest of my contracts too. Oh, look at that. France, Japan. Oh, 87. Nice. Pat, what about you safe the airplane with cool livery? So we saved just one plane, which was from a plane to my Bari. There was a livery that was available for purchase, and it was like 999 gold planes or something, back in the 1.0 era. It was a very expensive livery, but you could buy the gold plane livery for your B738. And there's a person who has their 738 with that livery sent to me. So we decided to kind of keep it because it's so unique, even though it was over 180 days old. So that was the only exception we did. We did not make an exception for Concords. We did not make an exception for the developers. Everybody else was canceled. Educate, you unlocked the full A330 family. Nice, congrats. The A332, will it get remodeled? The A332F, and you've locked the A19N? I'm not sure. They really haven't like give us like a full list as far as I'm aware. But I know some of the cargo planes, World of Airports is waiting for like a cargo overhaul, which sounds like it might be happening maybe later this year or within the next 365 days or so. But yeah, no clue. I have no clue what's going to be included in there. All right, we're at GRU now. GRU also at 308 contracts, so we're not going to do a prediction here. I think we're done with predictions. The only other airport that would be predictable would be Hong Kong, but that hasn't been out for 6 months, so that wouldn't work. So 308 is our start point. Let's handle some of these larger planes. .308 is our starting point, and let's get starting the handling. That way when I'm in the menus, these planes are making some progress. Now the other day I did go to GRU and I had the tower managers on for I think like an hour or two or an hour and a half. That way all these planes could land. Oh, what did I do that for? Our new baseline is 307. I probably should, yeah, let me go through here and let's just clear out all the ones that are already done with rewards. I want to open up these stands, if I'm able to. Let's through here. There's one right here. Nice. So now we're at 306. And now we're at 305. Awesome. $305. Let's go to my fleet first and see what we got here. A few. Oh, okay. This is, I think, yeah, this is another airport that I did an email contract with, or two. When SCL came out, I was like, all right, I played GRU for like a month, pretty like a little bit more consistently than I do right now, so I could help people at SCL with their leveling up. You know, it also this plane, the E295, also was able to go to St. Martin, but I allowed people to accept the plane there or request the plane to that airport too. But like the main idea with the 295 here was that I would help people level up their SCL airport. All right, cool. Let's I had a few contracts though, but I feel like that also, it's kind of common when I do the email contracts that we get a bunch of them. Look at this, 178 days, real close. That's, I think, the closest we had today. So that I remember. Here. What is that? 215. Airport's not terrible, but it's not yeah, it's not the worst for our purges. That's pretty cool though. So the airports where I do an email contract, we definitely tend to have a lot more contracts to remove than where we don't. We'll do this 295 and get this handled here. We're probably gonna order food for dinner because usually I do the cooking. What's the weather like? Oh, it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit outside at home. That's not terrible, but it's not grilling weather, so I'm not gonna be. I really want some burgers. That's what I think I want. Hamburgers, you know, that's American. We eat hamburgers with our hands. All right, how are you guys doing, guys? Asim Labub said, "Fat, what's the airport you like the most?" Hong Kong is like it's like my favorite airport right now in world of airports. The only reason I don't recommend it, the main reason right now I don't recommend it, is because there's no airport to unlock right now. So if you were to unlock it, if you were to unlock that airport and then finish max level, you don't get any airport afterwards, right? So you're done. That's it. You just paid gold planes, and there's no more airports to unlock for now, right? But over time, that's going to change, right? Because there's going to be a new airport that comes out. We know that World of Airports developers, they're working on World of Airports developers, they are working on Zurich as one of the next airports it's going to release. So we do know that there are airports being in development right now. So it's not like there's no airports coming ever after Hong Kong. But the fact is, as of right now, there are no airports after Hong Kong. So if you unlock Hong Kong, then and you max level it, then you're done. That's it. You're done. You have to wait for the next update in order for you to get another airport for free. So that's the main reason I don't recommend it. But once another airport comes out, it's probably going to be up there on my list. It's also like not super expensive for like what it is, right? I mean, it's like I think 18 gold planes, and it's such a large airport, and it's like a huge airport. So I think it's a really cool airport to play and a great airport to have. but I don't actively recommend it because there are no airports afterwards to unlock, which makes it really tough for me to recommend. All right, cool. That is this airport here, MSY. What is it, man? You really have to collect more airport contract from players? I'm not sure what you mean. Airplane contract? I do a lot of player contracts because that's where I have the most fun with the game, right? So some people have the most fun by playing by themselves, right? Because there's no pressure, and a lot of people do this. There's no pressure of like how often you need to play if you're not playing with other players, right? You can play, once a week, you can play once a month, and nobody cares. But when you're playing with other players, those players are relying on you to handle their plane, and you're relying on them to handle your plane. So a lot of people kind of put a lot of pressure on themselves because they know they have player contracts. I know for me, like if you're contracted to me, typically I don't care, right? It doesn't matter to me how long it takes for you to handle a plane. The only reason I set up 180 days as my time frame is because at a certain point I need to open up capacity so that way I could play with more active people. So that's the main reason we have that set up. But yeah, ultimately, I like playing with other people. I like knowing that I'm helping other people get rewards. I like knowing that I'm helping other people get a contract where it might be hard for them to get a contract. And I like knowing that I am helping people get silver planes as well. So it's like I don't need more silver planes. I got 3.4. A few months ago I had 4 million and I spent 2 million in like 5 minutes. And now I'm back up almost. I'm like maybe 2 months away from getting to 4 million silver planes, I think. So, all right, now we're at SCL. SCL 215 contracts right now. Yep, a few more. SCL I do play a little bit more frequently, a lot more frequently than GRU, but it's not a daily airport. It's an airport I go in when I have time or I get a reminder to like play the airport. But how do I word this? You can see I don't have a lot of contracts here. It's mainly because there's just not a lot of playable contracts. But all right, SCL we're starting at 220, and let's see where we end up at. And I think this might be our last airport. I'll double check CNN just to be sure, but I think this is our last airport. And maybe this airport doesn't need to happen either. Like 131, 190. Okay, there we go. There's 190. Yeah, does anybody know the CNN? Did that come out I feel like it came out less than 6 months ago, but I'm not doing. I don't remember the exact month or day it came out. I'm kind of just going off of vibes. All right, we're gonna start with B planes. All the B planes are good. C planes, let's take a look. 192 right there. So let's bye-bye. E plane time. E planes. Yeah, so like the airports where I don't play too often, I feel like I have a lot fewer contracts to cancel too, because people are canceling their contract for me, right? Because a lot of you guys, you have like 90-day time limits, not 180 days. So like if I haven't handled your airplane in 90 days, you're canceling that contract with me. Completely understandable, especially on an airport like this where I don't play every single day. But if you do have a couple of airplanes that are like really close to being done, and like you want me to play the airport, like for example like this for Sammy, right? Like if Sammy were to message me like, hey man, we have a couple of planes that are at 9 out of 10. Can you go to SCL for me and play whenever you have a chance? I'll make a point to go to SCL usually that same like day or like the next few days, So just be respectful and like understanding. I hate it when people like kind of be demanding or like, yo, bro, you haven't played this airport in like 3 months, man. What's going on? I'm like, bro, I did play that airport. I just didn't handle your plane. Most of the times, that's what happened. But anyways, there we go. Nice short 214. So from 220 to 214, that equals 6 planes, 6 contracts. What's up, my dog on Twitch? How are you? Oh, you're talking to your friend. Nice. Welcome back, Ultra. HKG is the biggest airport in WOA. This is GRU. Educate, yeah, it's so big, most devices overheat or can't even run it. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of bad part. Like, World WOA devs have to kind of like, it's bad, but also like cool. It's like I'm talking out of both sides right here, like, because it's bad because, you know, those of us who have newer devices or like, yeah, newer devices or better devices are limited because they're also keeping in mind the people who don't have newer devices, right? Or I should say like because it could still be a new device, but it could be like weaker, not as powerful, right? So yeah, it feels bad for that reason, but for other reasons, it's really cool that they're also keeping it accessible to like not just the people who can afford a device, but which is like a lot of people, because this game is played around the world, right? So like not everybody can afford the latest devices. So it's like, man, I would love to see more airports like HKG, but I know also like World of Airports can't always release that because one, it's like humongous and it's a lot of resources they have to do, but two, not everybody can play it properly, so it's like doesn't make sense. I wonder though if World of Airports had an option, right, where you go into your game settings to start your game in 2D mode instead of 3D mode. Would that help a lot of these devices, right? I wonder if there's a suggestion on the forum for that. But I feel like that should be an option, right? To start your airports in 2D mode versus 3D mode. Start right here. I feel like plenty of people would play, especially if your device, like I know sometimes LHR and IAD run better for me if I'm in 2D mode, right? And I'm on an iPad Pro. I feel like so many more people would probably do that. What do you guys think about that? What's up? A Flieger says, should I buy the A359 or A35K? I feel like they're both pretty similar to each other. It's like hard to recommend one over the other. I really don't know why. I think the A35K has like more range, but if you're playing with other players, this is what I mainly focus on. If you play with other players, they can both go to the same destinations, so it doesn't make that big of a difference. Xyrox's phone is on the lower end, but it performs better in HKG than LHR. I wonder if the fact that LHR also had like the assets created by like a third party, if that has anything to do with the lag in LHR. ASIM says, man, I really like when players use livery for plane. Maybe some of them really put the hard effort to get the airplane livery. Is still cool. Yeah, you know, World of Airports in the future, they're going to be releasing a feature where we as players, we can create our own liveries for our planes. That's going to come out apparently with the Alliance feature in the game. So hopefully that's sooner rather than later. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long. But 94, not bad. But yeah, hopefully it comes out sooner rather than later. But we're going to have options to customize our liveries more so than we have now. So that's kind of exciting for some people. But all right, that's CNN for you. Nothing there. Nothing happening there. I guess CNN must be, well, either my contracts are active, and I'm not. I'm not even international at CNN. I don't even know if World of Airports releases, or when World of Airports releases their next generic airport, Are they going to add another level to CNN so that way we can get the next generic airport like for free? Or do we have to just buy every single generic airport, which would kind of feel bad, but like it's still also kind of understandable. But yeah, I don't even know. So it's like I don't know if I'm even in a rush to play CNN or like to level it up. And speaking of lag, my HKG is lagging like crazy right now. Super crazy lag. So now I'm talking to you guys. Alright, we're going to accept contracts. Look, you see how long it's taking for these pictures to come up? That's crazy. So HKG is another airport I try to play every single day. There's no point in me looking through these contracts here. Or yeah, these contracts. HKG has not been out for 6 months. So none of these contracts are eligible for cancellation. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do some quick math now and let you guys know how many contracts did we cancel today. I kind of want to do a prediction, but like I also been giving you guys updates all throughout the stream, so I don't know if that'd be a fair prediction. Plus, I mean, if you guys were keeping tabs on your own, you could do it. But actually, I guess in the chat, type in what do you think is our total number of contracts that we purged out of all the airports we played today. When we add up all of the contracts in every single airport, what is the total amount of contracts you think that we got rid of? 0. Hidden. We got rid of 312 contracts at LHR, bro. Xyrox, we got 312 in LHR, all right? So it has to be more than 312. 312. Oh, you haven't been here? Well, I guess you've only seen 0. Yeah, if you just got here at CNN and then HKG, yeah, we got rid of 0 contracts at both of those airports. But at LHR, we got rid of 312. That's like I was surprised by how many. But we also had almost 2,000 contracts total. So in a way, also not surprising. I think it was like 16% of my contracts I canceled there, which I didn't do the math for any of my other airports. I can do the math later. I'll probably make some of this into a video. I probably should make some of this into a video because I feel like I don't know. It's just the kind of video I've seen other content creators create. I just gotta make it more. I gotta make it interesting. Anyways, I'm doing the math right now, so that way I could confirm the total amount with you guys. But let me know your guesses in the chat, and I want to see who's the closest. But we did have 312 in LHR, which was our largest out of all the airports. Oh, volunteers can cheat too, by the way. I posted all the numbers in volunteer chat, but please don't cheat. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's not like we're doing predictions on there, but 17 plus 6. Wow. Wow. All right. So we have guesses here. We have Small Plane said 1,200. Xyrox said 311, but I had to correct him because, like, bro, that's less than LHR. Raptor said 500. Drippy Pixels said 654. France Japan was 730. Hockey Fan was 625. Who else we got? Let me just start handling. Xyrox said 576. QJ said 864. Sammy says 629. Aries Mike said 550. Drippy said 709, so they updated their number to 709. And yep, hidden spot on. But my math, Mercurial Justice came up with 782. I don't know where'd you come up with that, but Ginger said 666. But yeah, we came up with 781. We canceled 781 contracts today. And France Japan was the closest to guess before Hidden, which I'm pretty sure Hidden went into volunteer chat. But yeah, 781 contracts canceled today, which is like kind of crazy. I mean, 312 of them were from LHR, right? And then after that, we had 97 contracts canceled from IAD. Then we had 92 contracts canceled at Leipzig. The rest of the airports weren't as massive. Like we had 57 at BKK, we had 51 at Muscat, and 46 at Prague. But like, wow. But the good news is, even though we canceled all these contracts with the inactive players, some of those planes were my own fleet planes. So those fleet planes, you're going to see them on Phat Airlines Discord as giveaways. So keep an eye out on the Phat Airlines Discord. You go to Phat Airlines Discord. You go to the giveaway S plane, giveaway M plane, giveaway L, or giveaway X, or special plane. Or you can look at the plane contract giveaway feed and see what planes are currently, what giveaways are currently active. I'm going to be hosting some giveaways shortly once those planes arrive. So take a look at the Discord. And then for like some of these airports, like LHR, where I got rid of 312 contracts, and I have over 20 million wallers at LHR. You know, at that airport, I can do more contracts. So take a look. Make sure you sign up at phatairlines.com for our email contract list, because I will be sending sometime next week, you know, before next stream Saturday, I will be sending out an email contract from my LHR. Actually, it might be from BKK because I want to get something to Hong Kong. But I am going to be sending out a lot more email contracts the next few weeks because I have a lot more contract capacity. I have the wallers to afford the plane. Now I have the contract capacity to send the planes. So, do you even get crashed when you play HKG? Usually I don't, but right now my game is super laggy. So I think I jinxed it, you know. But yeah, my game my game doesn't really crash recently. Like as of like 3.5 and 3.5.1. Sorry, not 3.5. As of 3.4 and 3.4.1, my game doesn't really crash. I haven't seen too many crashes. The only crashes that I have are sometimes at LHR. After I have the game on overnight, then I have to kind of, sometimes the game will crash on me, or sometimes I have to kind of force close the game. But like even like right now at HKG, all I have to do is close the game and reopen it, and then everything's gonna run smoothly again for hours. Like usually I'm not going through every single airport in like a 5-hour period. You know, that's not typical gameplay for me. Typically I'm going like one airport for like 2 or 3 hours, then I'm switching to another one for 2 or 3 hours, then I'm taking a break or something. So this is not like but even right now the lag disappeared, so we're back to normal here. But yeah, guys, I want to thank you so much for joining me today. Thanks for being here. You know, thanks to my mom for babysitting. Thanks to my wife for, you know, still taking care of the kids, even though I'm streaming, you know, for 5 hours today. Hayden said, you want me to start working on a new giveaway entry flow? Yeah, that sounds like a plan, man. I like how creative you've been, Hidden, with working on that stuff. I'm still trying to hear back from the developers on whether or not they want to. Well, it's like twofold. I'm waiting to hear back from the moderators on the World Airports server to see if they want to have that giveaway bot in the server. But then I also proposed the idea to the developers, and I told them it's a paid bot that they would have to, you know, go for, and I use it currently. So yeah, ultimately we'll see what we can do to kind of help you out in your Discord. And if anybody else has a Discord server and you want that giveaway bot in your server, reach out to Hidden. But yeah, I love the updates you've made to it recently. I like how like you've kind of thought outside the box when it came to things. So that sounds like a plan, man. Will your goal to reach 20 million wallers? I don't really have waller goals when it comes to the game. What the only thing, like, I don't have any reason to really buy a lot of fleet planes right now at HKG, so that's why my waller balance just keep going up. But I think and also I don't have a lot of contract capacity here either. But I think once my contract capacity starts to increase a little bit, which it will happen once all these non-player contracts are canceled. I think once that happens, then I'll probably buy a lot more contracts, and we'll send them out to other players. But let's see. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you. See y'all next week. Yeah, next Saturday we'll be here. Saturday, March 21st. We're gonna be live on YouTube and Twitch, so please join us. Oh, Mercurial, yeah. Considering the one you skipped due delivery, that's funny. Yep. That is kind of valid. But we didn't actually delete it, so I didn't include it in my number. All right, guys, that is it for me for today. Time to spend time with the family. We're gonna order some dinner probably. Hope you guys have a fantastic day. Have a fantastic weekend. And I will be here again next Saturday. Join the Discord. Once we get the update for 3.5 or the update that allows us to do account switching on Discord, I'm going to post what my stream schedule is going to look like for my streamathon. But until that happens, I can't commit to anything because I don't want to commit to a streamathon when the whole point of my streamathon is so I could play my stream only account and progress it quickly and show you guys how even like an hour a day or even 30 minutes a day you can progress your account really fast. I want to prove that point live and also hang out with you guys. But yeah, have a great day, everybody. Yo, Wizzy, what's up, man? Thanks for lurking, man. Did I look at CNN at all? Yeah, CNN was real quick, bro. We had like no contracts there. I'm not even international there, so do I even play CNN? I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, guys, have a fantastic day. Have a good one, guys. Thanks again for your support. Shout out to everybody who resubscribed. Oh, small plane with the 5 stream streak. And yeah. All right, guys. Have a good one. I'll see you next week. Peace.